style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
First title for Conviction as an org, investing in players.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome one and all right back to the NACL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and man, I'm happy to be here. Finally get to join in on the fun, and we're just getting to the thick of things now, Cubby.
Yeah, it's been honestly a pretty fun split of NACL, excited to wrap up the week of things here, as the standings have been interesting throughout. I think some of the favorites that we had at the start of the split that have been struggling won yesterday in Maryville and Conviction, and it makes our two groups a little bit closer as we have the last day of our penultimate week. I got there.
Yeah, there you go. Long sentence. Good job, buddy.
I chose the big words.
You did great. But speaking of doing some great things, let's talk a little bit about yesterday. We didn't have the 6-game day, but we did have some bangers. Conviction obviously got a pretty swift 2-0 over Contingent, but the big one was Maryville University taking a 2-1 over CCG.
Yeah, it turns out that emergency sub sticking around for Conviction looked like the team that we're a little bit more familiar with, even though at this point, 3 different pieces from that victorious run they had in spring. On the flip side, big win for MU and a big loss for CCG. CCG finds themselves 1-3 now at the bottom of Group B, and their last opponent is the one on your screen right below them in Conviction. As that is their last match next week, and with Conviction looking better and Dardoch getting promoted, which we talked about a lot this week. Congrats to him. Aeon did his best to step in, was able to win a game, but not able to win the series. So CCG looking like they might be in that last chance qualifier. And frankly, today, Mazel, with the teams that we have in action, we're going to learn a lot about who might be in that last chance qualifier and who might solidify their spot in the playoffs.
It's going to be really interesting. Feels bad for CCG when they came from such high highs in that previous split, obviously getting into finals and everything. But we'll see if they can make the miraculous run at least to move forward. But yeah, it's coming down to the wire here. A lot of our teams only having a couple opponents left, or even like Blue Otter today, this is their last day of NACL here before we figure out how that last chance qualifier goes into things.
Yeah, I feel like Blue is likely going to be there. They have a chance to, of course, win, maybe upset or ruin Dorado's path on the way to hopefully making playoffs, as they've been, I don't want to say a pleasant surprise, but they picked up where they left off last split and have continued to improve their team play and also as individuals. I think that's been honestly the bigger difference with Dorado. We knew that they could play well as 5, and it was just about not getting blown out of early games. They've been more competitive in early games. I think a couple individuals on that team have stepped up, and it has led to a team that's really competitive in Group B and looking to likely solidify their spot in playoffs today. I know that they need to see the second series, and we need to see how a few things pan out. But if you get the 3 wins, the odds that you are in that top 3 and not in the last chance qualifier are pretty high. Yeah,
and that's what's kind of cool is we do still have, with a couple weeks left, obviously a lot of decisions to be made, a lot of movement in the standings to have. So I think that's always really fun. I know having a last chance qualifier is something new for us here in NACL. It's kind of interesting to see that kind of carry over from like the pro leagues as well. But I do hear that our Game Face interview is ready to go. So Cubby, I'm going to send you away.
Shout out to Philips Norelco One Blade for keeping us sharp here on the broadcast as we get to sit down with Coach Bobby of Dorado. Bobby, thanks for joining us so much. Best of luck ahead of today. We're just talking about your team and how I felt you guys have leveled up. A lot of that for me, has been better individual play coming out from the 5 players you have. What do you feel like has gone into the team that has you guys in the position that you're in for Split 2?
Well, I'm pretty sure that all of my players, except Inflame because he's a rookie, are heavily matured, right, as a players. So having like a competitive split that, in my opinion, we kind of had. I felt like even last split, we pushed every single team that played us, except like I think that CCG, we kind of dropped the ball because we couldn't qualify for playoffs anymore. I feel like every single team actually had to sweat in order to beat us, right? And this split, we leveled up from that form, right? And now we are kind of beating everyone, right?
Yeah, I would agree. You guys are making teams sweat last split, and good to see you guys actually win series instead of games this split. I think a big part of that for me, I was talking about individual play. One player that's really stuck out to me is that I feel like he's leveled up has been Adam in the mid lane. As we've seen him a few splits of NACL, this has clearly been his best split so far. What have you seen in Adam's play that you feel like has him playing at the level that he's playing now?
Well, again, I feel like it's just a little bit more experience, right? Again, I feel like Adam is probably around top 5 NACL mid laner. What I feel like he's still missing is that discipline to actually put in a work 1v1 and start beating them inside the lane as well, instead of just outmaneuvering them on a map or during the team fights.
It has been fun to see, of course, the Silasari bias, but also the Van and Yone still there a little bit from Adam. Going into today, you guys are going up against Blue Water. They sit 0-4. They've been a little bit pesty in some of their series, but what's the biggest challenge that team presents you guys as a team going into the games today?
I feel like Blue Water basically have small amount of champions in their champ pool that are basically important to them. If they don't get certain champs that they usually win with, they kind of look giga lost. I feel like their players didn't have maybe time to connect and actually understand how each of them wants to play the game. So they basically, outside of some carry champs, like the champs that certain players can actually carry with, they feel not connected as a team at all. And for today, I feel like we are heavy favorites.
I would agree on the favorites, and you had me looking at Pickman a little bit more closely now, because there are definitely some champs. And I'm curious to see what you take away off the board from Blue Water. Coach Bobby, I'll let you get back to the team. Thanks so much for joining us for the Phillips and Norelco One Blade interview. And yeah, best of luck today.
Thanks a lot. You too.
All right. I appreciate the good luck as well. We're going to do our best up here in Mazel. But hey, Coach Bobby saying all of his players have matured. I think crediting that to why we're getting a better version of Dorado this split versus the last. And it makes sense to us and definitely looks that way when we've seen Dorado hit the Rift this split.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see some of those incremental growths, or at least the tangible growths that we've seen from the team split over split. Speaking of, though, let's go ahead and take a look at what we have progressing here today, because it's some fun ones. Obviously, we were alluding to it before. Blue Otter taking on Dorado, and be the last game for Blue Otter, obviously. And then we have MU with the final stand of Niles, supposedly, maybe, hopefully. And could Jin take it off in the second series.
You know, I thought yesterday was it for him, but I did not check the schedule for the week.
Just like Captain America, he comes back, baby.
Yeah, he does. I haven't seen it yet. I heard it's good. So we're going to keep the spoilers there for the audience at home. It's not been long enough. You know, that's my streaming
The movie hasn't come out yet. It hasn't come out yet. Still a long time. Avengers Doomsday?
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the other one.
No. But anyways, we're talking about predictions now.
All right, good. Thanks for keeping me on my toes.
MU predictions. Very, very MU sided for the second series. I'm pretty split on the first series here between Dorado and Blue.
You know what? I feel like I agree with Bobby that they should be favorites coming into the day. But this Blue team, we've really looked at the pieces they had and have been asking for them to just get a little bit more out of it. As I at least see some of the ideas about making Munchie more comfortable. I can see Phillips had some big games. I think Manui's been a bit hit or miss. And the team overall has been a bit hit or miss. And they're 0-4 right now. They're one of the win-this teams that we have in the league left. And we're going to have to find a win in the last chance qualifier, or else it's going to be back-to-back promotion relegation splits for Blue Water, which would make me very sad because as an organization, they're doing a lot of great work. Shout out to the League Impact Series. It's going to get started up here rather soon. The Blue has a heavy hand in. And yeah, I feel like a lot of the approaches that they've had to roster building has made sense to me. However, just this split, what they've gotten out of the team, the roster hasn't worked out, I feel like, the way that they wanted to. But hey, opportunity here in this series to at least pick up a win. I feel like this team is going to end up in the last chance qualifier either way. So whatever happens in 2 weeks is going to decide their season. And for Dorado, they have a chance to solidify a top 6 spot in playoffs. And what Coach Bobby said, you know, we feel like our worst series was the one where we couldn't play for playoffs. I think that with Inflame stepping in for Redemption, who was credited with being a really big voice within this team, and for me was the runner-up for Rookie of the Split last split, Inflame has stepped in and filled the role very well. The entire team, it feels like, has leveled up. We were giving kudos to Adam in the interview. I think Decoy's leveled up his play quietly in the top lane. He had really good vision for how to see the map, and I think joined fights last split. He's had better laning play this split, which I think has really helped him make his presence felt. And I think this team is sometimes still decided on if Low Jazz has a good game or not. But this is a team that, as Bobby said, we feel like we can take it to anyone. Dorado, starting the year, were a bunch of names that we thought would be in the promotion relegation tournament. And they're one series win away from locking playoffs in split 2 to compete for that LCS slot.
And a little love given to Low Jazz as well. I know he's been very vocal about, you know, some of the struggles, especially some of the down times we've seen, because he's been trying to make this stint in NACL stick, right? And I think it's really cool to see that mentality carry forward and that he's pushed through a lot of that. Because I know there were tweets even thinking, you know, he wanted to stop and it was too stressful. There were things going on, but like, it's so awesome to see those stories continue and to see him still be this kind of leadership role on the team. And I think, you know, having some other members who have been trying to make the NACL gig stick here, stepping up a little bit more, really enables him in a lot of ways. So it's been really cool to see. And hopefully we get to continue seeing that growth, you know, going forward and hopefully going into playoffs too.
Yeah, I am hoping that we can continue to see Dorado scale up, as I do feel like the individual play has been what has them playing better for this split. They've maintained the team play, swapping out one of the bigger voices. I think a lot of kudos to everyone there. And honestly, just looking forward to seeing what they look like against the top teams again. As I think that when playoffs come around, I mean, look, Conviction and that core of Insanity, Tomio, they won a lot of splits because they turned it on when things mattered. And I'm curious if Dorado maybe has that second gear or can have a good enough read on teams come playoffs to actually be competitive there. Because we keep on looking at this team, they keep on playing better, and I think the people still keep on doubting the names. So it would be fun to see if they continue to prove us wrong.
On the other side, though, it is Blue Otter's last outing of the regular season. It's going to be an interesting one, I feel like, as we take a look at the roster. I know a lot of members on this team had really high hopes for this team coming into it, especially when I got to speak with Manui at the start of the split. And I think it all has not gone the way they expected it to. I think it's tough, but I really do hope we get one last big outing from them here and maybe give us some recollection to that Blue Otter summer.
They might be 0-4, but I wouldn't be surprised if they won today, just given that they have been competitive in their series. They've taken a game in 3 out of the 4. I feel like we've seen good moments out of Philip, especially. I just really feel like this team, it was 4 members coming in. There is previous synergy that exists from different teams and different times, especially looking at Manui and Philip, or also Levitate just returning the Blue Water as a whole. But this hasn't been a team where they've been able to find series wins, and I just don't think it's been consistent enough. Like sometimes it's been some Manui off games. It's been some games where Munchie's just a little bit off. It's been some games where Young gets behind or Levitate's overstepped. I just think it's been too many things combined for Blue Water that haven't worked out, that has them in this position where even with the series win today, we're likely going to see them playing in that last chance qualifier this upcoming Friday. So we'll see if they're going to have a better outing, maybe build confidence for that moment. But I fully expect Blue Water to, regardless of today's results, the post-game meeting is they're going into the next week and saying, guys, we're preparing everything we can for next Friday. Because we're likely facing Maryville or Ole Miss. I have a lot of faith that Conviction can win going up against CCG. And I do feel like that might propel Conviction out of the chatter. But we could learn a lot more about that today, because there's a chance that Maryville elevates to 2-2 with 5 map wins, and that would, Conviction could only catch up to that. So I'll be curious to see how everything pans out. But again, likelihood of Blue Water facing Insanity or UG in a do or die best of 3 is high, and I wouldn't want to have those players on the other side of the rift in a do or die best of 3 at this level.
And I'm gonna have fun seeing how many times you do math on stream today. But I would also talk a little bit about a premier matchup for today. Our face-to-face Phillips Norelco matchup. It is Low Jazz versus Munchie. I think 2 guys who are trying to become budding stars in the tier 2 scene. 2 guys who really like Nefiri, and 2 guys who are center poles for their teams.
I mean, again, Blue Water, this split, they've really built around Munchie. I think coming into the split, Blue Water fans would have been pretty surprised to hear that everyone's gone except for Munchie as a team that has had Samikin and Rovex on it for the entire duration of Blue Water's existence in the NACL. So, and Munchie, I think the theory of Blue Water for me makes sense, right? Give him some more veteran voices. It's going to help him focus on playing the game, or maybe playing his game, or just playing the game as a squad, and that should help. And you know what? I think things have looked a little bit better for Blue Water, but there have just not been enough elements firing on all cylinders to find these series wins. And on the flip side, I can sometimes say that about Low Jazz too. I think there have been a couple games that Dorado has even won, where I'm like, you know what, Low Jazz, you made some really good plays early, and then some iffy plays later. So looking for more consistency out of both these junglers, because I think that when they do have consistent games, that's when their teams find wins and look their best.
Yeah, and I really want to see the head-to-head itself and see what kind of shenanigans we maybe get into between the 2 of them, because sometimes they like to be a little bit exploratory on where they want to go and some invades. So I want to see if we get that, especially with the leaning towards the more aggressive junglers in the meta here as of late, I guess as of a while at this point. But I think the combinations that these 2 guys bring with the rest of their team is also extremely important to highlight. And some of the combinations we've seen that we've really liked, obviously, is, support roaming. Engaged supports are back, baby. You just roam around with your jungle. You find a lot of success there. And I do expect that to kind of stick around today, as well as that combination with the mid laners in Young and Adam too. But it's going to be this support matchup that we're taking a look at here, and just taking a look at how much influence these guys can have with those 2 junglers we were talking about.
Again, I think that what Inflame has done stepping into this team, it's been one of the more impressive additions this split for NACL. Just again, I really thought highly of Redemption. You had like his teammates saying, yeah, this guy just comes into practice. He's got VODs from the pro leagues for us from all over the world, and we're talking about strats, and then we go into practice trying to do that. I think when you have players that do that coming in, it's going to elevate the level of everyone on the team when you have someone that invested in the play of everyone. And so I really felt like Redemption would be a big loss. I was questioning in the meeting that we had before the split started, like, hey, well, what kind of impact did Redemption have? But I know Inflame stepping in, Slayer had probably seen the most tape on him and was pretty excited about Inflame coming in. And man, he's picked up right where Redemption's left off. And this team is a better team this split than last split. So I want to give a lot of credit to Inflame as a rookie. He's been rather impressive as a support. I think that it's been a fun split for me because a lot of the times we see young supports struggle just overall. And I think we've had a couple young supports this split and this year that have done well in the league. Looking at Redemption, looking at Tub stepping in, who has done, he'll play later today. I think Tub is just light years better than the last time we saw him on Pulse. So it's been fun to see these guys play and level up. And on the flip side for Manui, I thought really highly of his form.
Myself.
Oh, dude. very long. Hold on. I think I still got you, Mazel. Yep. All right. Well, we're going to keep on going, and we'll see if Mazel, it's just a blip in the radar. But, yeah,
I'm back. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Just a blip in the radar. Just a blip in the radar.
My headset just decided to stop delivering sound to my headphones. I had to turn it off and turn it back on again. Good times.
Better now than in game, I'd say.
True.
But yeah, let's see. We were talking about Manui there. Thought really highly of Manui when he wrapped up his stint on Conviction. Was disappointed to not see him return for summer of NACL last year, and it hasn't been the same level that I was hoping to see from Manui this split. I really thought highly of him as a support role swap. I think we've seen moments, but just need to see more consistency. And there was a difference of strategy the last outing that we saw from Blue Water. It was Manui kind of returning to those more traditional engaged supports, and I thought it was a good look for the team. So looking out in draft today to see if we see more of the Nautilus Leonas.
Yeah, I think it's super integral. And I want to see, personally, I know it's a little biased here, but I want to see Manui succeed. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders and a positive attitude. And I hope we get to see some of the iteration of Blue Water that he was expecting, because I know he had high expectations for this split. But here we are, draft number 1 of the final day of week number 4. It is some particular bands, I feel like some comfort bands being taken away, as Young Zakali going to be focused, as well as the Kaisa towards Levitate. We do have that Ezreal and the Nocturne band away from Blue Water.
That stream for Young just keeps on buying Blue Water a ban.
I mean, come on. Like, you would ban it too. Let's be real.
No, I'm playing into the Akali. Give me a Galio game, please. That said, Cinder being taken away, so 2 of Young's signature champs, the 2 champs that he opened up the series with earlier in the week, taken off the board. And Ziggs is still on the board, which I'm curious if that gets taken away here, because Ziggs is 10-1 in NACL this split. And every team has had Ziggs banned, like first on whoever's picking second. It's been banned Ziggs, everyone's accepted it and move on. See if Blue Water maybe has a change of pace, a change of ideas. Hub, do we have the little Yordle coming in?
It's your time. It's locked in. We get it through. Game number 1 is going to be delivering some bombs here with the Ziggs.
Now look, I think that Blue Water, the fact that Kais is off the board and they took Ezreal off the board, they've got to have a plan in mind, because that you are asking for the opponent to pick Jhin, or pick Ziggs if this is the case.
Yeah.
I mentioned Jhin because I feel like this might be a Levitate Jhin. Would sync up well with the Fury, the pets, and I think it gives you a range advantage in the Ziggs that's unique if you do want to go.
Gives you a lot of movement speed too, which Ziggs absolutely hates.
Yep.
That's why I'm happy I play both the champions.
True.
Makes it easy. We do get that Manui style, the engaged support that you were talking about too. We get the Leona, as well as that Nefiri that we alluded to, that both these junglers really like.
Yeah, you were quick to jump on that one, Mazel. Going into the day, most played for each of our junglers. Going to be in the hands of Munchie for this series, though Jazz responds with the Monkey. We get Wukong coming in. And, yep, Shen versus Leona makes some sense, as the Q from Leona, of course, Shen's W can nullify the stun. Kind of a nice interaction you get. Leona wins a little bit early. Shen can have a pretty high impact later on, so... Oh.
Ooh,
I
actually kind of like the Poppy, though.
I like this better. It's going to make life very difficult for Nefiri and Leona
We
already.
got the vertical stream going on over here. Let's go.
Oh, I fear that's tradition for Munchie, you know. Players are required to have a camera. Some players use their phone.
It works?
It does work. I'm going to assume that Munchie's using his phone.
Probably. There's the Jhin. Man, we're on top of it. We're just, you know, it's almost like we prepared for this.
I missed the Poppy. That's okay. I do like the Poppy pick.
The Poppy's really nice.
Yeah, matching roles showing. So solo lane focus in the next phase of bans. We assume this is going to be Poppy support. Of course, ability to Play Poppy top, Poppy jungle. We haven't seen any Wukong top. So, should be Wukong jungle, Poppy support. And let's see where we go from here. Galio taken away. As Wukong Galio with the Ziggs would be quite the combo. And honestly, Blue Water taking away the tankier champions, given that they have Jhin and the Fury on the board, feel like that's a good strategy.
Yeah, I think it's a great call here. They're also going to have to think about what they want to save for that counter pick and what they would whittle down before that, as they will be holding that one in the second phase. The top lane focus coming through from Dorado as they do take away the Olaf.
That's where we have to get back to Coach Bobby and what he said about he didn't feel like Blue had enough champions that they can win games on.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, I feel like the bans that Bobby threw out with Dorado so far, those are 4 champions that I really feel like Blue can win games on. We've seen Levitate, talked about how he has over an 80% win rate on over 20 games of Kai'Sa in his career.
Mm-hmm.
And those are 2 of Young's best champs that he showcases on the stream all the time. So, wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a Gragas taken away here. Or honestly, that could be something where the Poppy, being that backdoor flex to top lane, Poppy is very playable in the Gragas. So, I don't expect Decoy to play this one again, but maybe just having that extra layer of threat against a pick that we're pretty likely to see from Blue Water, as Philip doesn't have to blind, usually mid would blind here, but if he does, we know that he does like to lean towards that Gragas, as it will be the victor taken in the mid lane.
Pretty safe pick.
Yeah, 2 of the faster mids were taken away, so we'll see. Cassio slipped all the way through. I like Victor into Cassio. I feel like a lot of range showing for Blue Water so far. Orianna also slipped all the way through.
The win percentage for Orianna not doing great, though. Just going to say
that. She's very strong.
Still very good.
Very strong.
And they have a pretty strong team composition. A lot of ball delivery systems there that Nara locked in as well for Decoy. We'll see what Philip wants to bring as the counter pick.
And best is expected. I will say I've started to have a little bit of Gnar bias in this matchup, just because I feel like it's easier for Gnar to guarantee that he's in fights, and Ambessa, you really have to hit the R, and there isn't anything outside Leona. I mean, Jhin, Leona can kind of set up to make sure Philip hits the R, but Leona's the one that can guarantee it.
I know in LPL we've been seeing a lot of teams use it as the primary engage as well.
Yeah, I throwing it out from Fog. It can be nice. It's just you're not guaranteed to get in the mix as Ambessa. Gnar is relatively guaranteed to get in the mix if you're fighting around Mega, and I prefer him in the sides. He can pressure Ambessa early. He can play the sides they're on against Ambessa before she gets to 16 and becomes an absolute menace in the fights. So we'll see. I like the scaling for Blue. I feel like Dorado has a very powerful 1 to 2 item comp here that Blue is going to have, I think, be challenged to overcome. And when you have Orianna Ziggs, you got to make sure that these engages are clean. Because if not, the Ambessa, Leona, the Fury are not going to be long for this world. And Poppy can really help make sure that those engages are not clean.
Yeah, there's a lot of team fight pressure between the two, but a little bit more individualistic play, it feels like, from Blue Water coming into this game. And you got to remember, this is the last outing for Blue Water before the last chance qualifier. This is it for them. They need to have that good performance. They need to have some momentum going into that moment for themselves, as it's been tough. Again, you mentioned they've been able to take a game out of 3 or 4 series they've played, but unable to take the series win so far. Feels like they just got to get over that hump here.
And I think there are a lot of elements that they need to click to get over that hump, because we've seen a lot of elements from this team missing. Or just not consistent enough to put it all together. So, again, I think on the side of Blue Water, if Munchie just has a game where he's taking the right fights, good finds with his team, that's been a bit of an issue for Blue. I think we've seen Manui and Munchie just be a little bit desynced in terms of what targets they like to pick. And then for Dorado, it's continuing to have these strong early games and putting themselves in a position to play mid-game, because this team really does move around the map well in mid-game.
Well, we'll see exactly what pans out in this series as it's Dorado Gaming versus Blue Otter, game 1 of the final day of week number 4. You see a little bit of deep vision. It was spotted out. Anti-vision there. Got a little bit turned around, a little backwards, upside down here. We'll get a huge chunk of his health taken away from him.
Love that. As you can be active early on as supports. We've seen a lot of these supports like Camille, Shen, get involved in lanes, in the jungle level 1, have a really big impact on this game. And that's going to have a big impact on mid lane for sure. Young. Adam went for more of a lane-centric setup in terms of his runes. This is a lane where I think Orianna has to push Victor around with help. If it's just in isolation, then I think that this does go the way of Victor over time. So you end up getting that help. See what?
The lethal tempo tech. Love it.
Oh, for the Dinar?
Yeah.
Yep.
Those heavy
that
trades.
help you a lot.
Yeah.
Just you know, going from Mega to Mini becomes a buff because then you get the maximum time to all in. It really is what we've seen Lethal Temple Nar do.
Yep. Hey, it makes little Nar threatening, which is very powerful in these situations. My God, this is going to be a big wave that they have to deal with for Dorado Gaming, as looks like it will end up crashing here. But the thing I want to take a look at the jungle position is these paths. We will be getting the opposite side pathing, and we will get the solo follow from Adam. Dorado Gaming up 1-0, and we called it. Adam has been having some performances for this team recently.
That looks like a Scorch proc, and that looked ugly as the flash and die. I have a feeling that Wukong's going to be visiting at 6, and I have a feeling that Young will go down to that again. Did get the socks to try and help play defense, but that is not the start that Young and Blue Otter were looking for. As level 1 pressure cashed in by Adam.
Yeah, it's tough too, and even Young burning the flash and Adam not burning the flash, that just means more pressure mounting for Blue Otter's mid lane. And luckily, Victor can play pretty safe, be a little bit sustained, but Orianna getting ahead is pretty scary as well. We'll get the first iterations of jungle pressure here, as both of them will be taking those Scuttle Crowns, maybe looking for a first influence on the map, but it does look like Munchie's just going to go ahead and take the time to back.
And focus mid, as it is a flashless Victor. Going to be the Roa Orianna this game. I will say, I like it. I think as long as you can survive the upfront damage, should be okay. Ziggs will pump out a lot of damage as well. Should be a game that, you know, Adam doesn't feel like he's falling too far behind going for this item. As does zone Victor off the cannon. I do like my Oriannas, by the way. Keep that ball in the wave, as will help you with harassing overall.
That Ziggs KDA is pretty good.
It is. So 11 picks for Ziggs in the NACL. Again, we teased this in draft. A big adaptation. This is the first Ziggs that we've seen get through pick ban in any of the games this week.
Yep.
As the first couple weeks of NACL, we saw a lot of focus on denying Bard Camille. I think the teams just kind of realized that no amount of scrims is going to stop you from probably feeding at points on stage, so they're okay giving away champs like Camille, because, you know, where I don't think Camille is a champion that every support can play, whereas early season, I feel like every support was trying to play Camille. And now, everyone can play Ziggs, and Ziggs in those 11 picks is 10-1 in NACL so far this summer, so he has been really, really big. I know that in other leagues, like LPL, we've had Ezreal be a little bit stronger into Ziggs. That is the pretty common handshake we get. But no, Ziggs has ran and dictated a lot of the Rift.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see as we see a little bit of trade in the top side. Philip winning out on that one for now. But it's just so versatile. It gives so much damage in the bot lane. Little play in the mid lane too. On a Young punished again. Lojaz goes in for the second one. And now we're going to see, though, Manui making the roam. He wants to go for the play. The redemption for Blue Otter. And Blue Otter will get on the board, too. Lojaz goes down.
Honestly, not bad for blue.
Whoa!
That was cool.
That was bold. Took a couple turret shots, so did Adam, and now it's going to be Blue Water turning it back around. Inflame in some trouble here, and he's going to run straight into Philip, who has made the roam. The team play from Blue Water comes back from the grave, and now we're tied up 2-2.
Nice play from Manui there as the Q stun. It caught Poppy like right as the Flash E went out, so was actually stunned under the turret. Was a little goofy, but worked out well for blue as they even it up. I think that, so when I saw Young die mid, I was like, all right, Low Jazz, get 6, come. He came at 5. I think if he has 6 for that fight, it's overall cleaner or better, or like they might be able to turn the back half of it. I know given the timing of mid, and look at the replay, they're trying to help Young get this wave in. It's a cannon wave and get a base that's decent. So wanting to contest that is good, but the big difference was just Inflame's entrance and Manui finding the stun, making sure that they get the bonus kill on their side. So blue evening things up, gonna feel good for everyone, except for Young, who still finds himself decently far behind.
Feels a little bad for the victor, but again, not gonna be the worst thing, as he will be able to farm it out and potentially still get to those precipices of the items. But now the next thing we're thinking about is these neutral objectives. Dragon has been up for a little while now. It is an Infernal Dragon first. We have some movement by Dorado towards this bottom side of the map, but about a minute away from the grubs as well. Could be looking at a trade here.
I do think that so far bot lane, if Manui gets out on the map pre-6, his impact versus Poppy's impact, I think Leona can be higher impact just given how nice Eclipse is, how tanky you are hopping in, and what engages you can be able to find. I really feel like it's important that Manui gets out of lane because I just think Young needs the help, and then they need to play the grubs. Just replay bottom left. Check this again. Yeah, it was... The stun hit, like, right as the Poppy E went through. And that's how we ended up getting the Poppy stuck under turret. Adam took a tower shot, too. So 3 tower shots were taken overall by Dorado in that instance. And some moments that went back. I think that we can chalk that up to good play from Manui to make sure that Inflame went down. But also thought that Inflame overplayed his hand a little bit. I don't know if they exactly had that kill in the back line, even if he doesn't get stunned up.
For sure, as we're not going to be trading nothing. We are drawing fisticuffs here. Munchie spotted out with some deep warding by Dorado. This should just mean that the grubs go over.
I'm a little bit curious about this. Yeah, here's
they committed
the
so
answer.
much.
Yeah, well, they did,
everybody almost from blue.
The TP down, Dorado is still able to answer all the waves, and you called it. I mean, Blue Water, they went for the swap. They don't find the grubs. They now have to swap back, which Philip's base gets delayed. He might have... I don't think he's got TP up yet. He's going to walk back top.
I mean, that was up right now.
That was Dorado putting
the
having the Ziggs walk through mid and winning out heavily. And yeah, now Philip canceling that recall means that we probably are going to see a play on the bot side here, or it's just going to see him walk back and TP up as that TP is back. So, yeah, sequence that... I mean, Dorado definitely got the best of blue. I think a lot of that was just about they hit the grubs before the bot or the top lane that featured the bot lane of Blue Water were able to 2v1 and get push. So they hit the grubs before that. And then putting Hub through mid and having him TP to answer the wave. Good play by Dorado. Like, it really made sure that they were powerful for when they needed it and answered Blue Water's initial play before Blue Water's play could like kind of evolve and work out for them. That was really nice.
Looking at things here in the bot lane, a couple Aaron engages here, but the Noon Quiver already completed. We also have all that mana regen for Hub on the Zig, so I think this bot lane is going to stay pretty contested, and that also might mean or be the reasoning why we haven't seen the early Dragon starts from either side. Ooh. Nui might want that one back. Does take a decent chunk of damage. Was trying to save Levitate's back there, but it is going to mean that both stay in a lane here for now. Both supports going to go ahead and head out and try to find some early vision. Oh, we got a little catch out. Oh no, Inflame goes for the vision and gets completely caught by Manui. I saw on the minimap the Zenith Blade must have connected because Manui went flying, and that is unfortunate for Inflame 2 times in a row.
Gonna lead to the Dragon going over to blue too, so nice pickup. That kill means something. Blue Water, not the early Drake for the stacking, but first Drake secured nonetheless. So nice catch by Manui, who led Blue Water to a Game 1 victory on this Leona in Blue Water's last outing, and so far looking good in this Game 1 for Blue Water against Dorado.
It's feeling pretty good, and an early Infernal Dragon will feel pretty good, even if it's 1 of 1. Still is going to give you that little extra boost. And big thing here is we're going to see an engage in mid lane with Shockwave used. Good damage onto Young. He will have the TP to get back, but it's going to be much worse for wear here. And another thing we're going to be highlighting now is we have hit some item spikes for some members, as we do have the Trinity Force locked in for Low Jazz. He got the torch completed for Hub, so he's going to be feeling really good about that. The Cyclo Sword buff there for Munchie as well. Going to feel nice.
Kind of curious what Dorado wants to do from here, as I feel like they have this lead mid. I like how they've played with the Orianna. As a guy, this is a matchup for me where if you interact with mid lane, it becomes much more Orianna favored than if you don't, where I prefer the Victor. So I like what Dorado's done in that instance. I'm just wondering like how they want to push or rotate from here, because they do have 3 grubs. And this is a Ziggs team.
It is. Can be pretty efficient. They haven't played around that fact just yet, but they still have some time as well. I'll be able to get some of these turrets down. I do want to see some of that movement from the Ziggs once they do break it down, but that goes back to the draft points that we were talking about, and the fact that the Jhin can have that standoff style against the Ziggs, has a little bit of range, has some poke back to him, and has the threat of the lockdown with the Leona. So I think they've picked it nicely here and been able to play around that, but we are going to get to more team fights here sooner rather than later, and I think these item spikes, the ulti combinations are really going to come into focus.
Those combinations, I mean, Dorado just has all the tools to try and find these big shockwaves. I mean, Wukong, obvious ball carrier, but comboing off of Poppy, who can also be a ball carrier, or even just comboing with Gnar. Going to be stuff that Adam and Hub are both looking for on the flip side. I think fight a little bit less straightforward for Blue Water, but still have some really good elements. Just think that Munchie needs a buddy when he goes in. We'll see if that buddy ends up being Manui or Philip. As those Hounds pursuits, if they're well timed, can be nice. I will say that I think the one positive, the Fury is so OP for diving. And we have not seen Dorado get dove this game. That has to be a positive. That has to be a positive for them.
So we see... Ooh, he actually throws the Mega Inferno Bomb back. They've had the preemptive play, but Adam just gives Philip an escape tool. The flash does end up coming out because the shockwave was following. Dorado try to make a play onto the lone bot side.
Nice escape from Philip. I think continues to be having a nice split.
Whoa, they are fully forcing onto this one, and Decoy might just be dead. No Mega Gnar to save him, but the flash play from Inflame doesn't have much to follow through, and now he might just be dead. He dies as the Keeper's verdict. Thank you very much. We will take the Inflame Express as we have kills going all over the place. Philip finally dies to that bot lane play that Dorado were forcing.
Yeah, I think Philip had to give that one up. Didn't want to goes down. The Grubs do ensure that Dorado gets first brick, but nice play from Blue Water in the mid lane. Just as I said, we haven't seen any Nefiri dives. That wasn't Nefiri leading the charge, but Manui gets in there, helps Nefiri find a kill under a turret. And Blue Water at least pick up a little bit more gold for themselves, but I still feel like it's not a way. I mean, it's an even game, and if Dorado is able to set up 4 objectives first, I just think it's so difficult for this blue comp to walk into Ziggs, walk into Orianna, and then be threatened by all the wombos that are going to be coming out as well. So I think it's really important they try and get to this bot side first, as Low Jazz currently forcing Munchie out of this top side. Did pick up the crab, but This does give Lojaz the chance to start working his way bot and try and get there first.
And I just want to say, we're already seeing the power that the Ziggs has. I mean, yes, Manui doesn't have an item. Yes, Manui will get tankier, but the fact that Ziggs does like a quarter of Leona's health already with a Q is absolutely disgusting. And it's a reason why that win rate is so high when it actually does get through. And it's going to be a lot of focus on Hub for these positionings, this damage, the skill shots in these fights as Rift Herald started up by Dorado.
All right, so
I
no
don't think they can
focus.
do this.
I mean, it's being spotted. It is pulling Blue Otter away from the Dragon, and now Blue Otter is walking into the Zig. So this is an instance where I would have rather seen Blue trade. I think that any world where you start walking into Ziggs, walking into Orianna is a world that you don't want to be in right now as Blue. So they at least get the wave. They're going to give a love tap to the tower, but that's the Super Mega Inferno Bomb coming out to clear that wave. And Blue Otter still haven't touched this Dragon. As
yeah, the
I
Rift
think
Herald
Bunchy
play.
just starting to do it now. But yeah, like they were too late in the play. This could have been a handshake while Herald was being taken, and now it's a mid push that goes unanswered. Nearly gets Dorado that mid turret.
And Munchie had to hover.
Yeah.
They will finally do it. It will go down. This will be the second Dragon in 17 minutes.
A lot of time burns. And now Dorado's out on the map first, and they're going to be able to play with tempo as Blue Otter is using their time to take this Dragon. So I think that was, again, a really nice sequence for Dorado and how they played around the top side of the map. If I'm Blue Otter, I would have given that. Just go take the Dragon, go take the side of the map that you have control over, and don't create the scenario where you're walking into Ziggs Orianna when you don't have to.
It can be very tough to do so. We'll give it to Levitate, though, on the other side. Now we're looking at things individually, as I was going to put a giant chunk into that gold advantage. But about 1,000 gold lead for Levitate on the Jhin. Will be close to his second item. Pretty big spike there. Looks like it's going to be that IE. And that's going to feel pretty nice for the Jhin in these next fights as well. So I really want to start seeing Blue Otter put some of these combos together. I mean, they have a 3-0 Munchie on his Nefiri. They really need to enable this composition.
I think it's just going to be probably a little quiet from here. I think the one other aspect that I've seen that's been nice from Dorado this game, Decoy's just been able to pick up a lot of farm. As this is a lead that's a little bit greater than what I'd expect. But Philip, of course, was focused and dove on one of the trades, and now Decoy actually syncing up with his solo laner. The TP is available for both solo laners here, and of course there's a third in the game with the Ziggs, so gonna stack with the grubs, brute force this turret down, and I'm expecting to see a TP response bot. But then again, I lied. This push just might continue.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. They don't even have Ziggs. That's the thing you would think they would have there.
He could ult bot wave and then try and clear mid. Or I think he's going to clear mid, then ult bot. I think that's what the play is right now for Dorado.
No collapse coming in from Blue Water, so it's literally just Manui and Philip trying to defend this. They're going to lose an entire tier 2 here as well. They are taking some across the board on the other side. They say this is a fine trade. A lot of resources developed here by Dorado.
Look mid.
See, as we look back and see how much is actually going down to
Levitate
Blue Water.
flashed.
They're able to get the turret as Hub will end up using the belt to get away. Or shot not enough, but Philip in some trouble now. Decoy stuck around. He's going to use the double jump, and the flash comes out of Philip.
I gotta say, while all this has been going on, I don't love the fact that Hub didn't slow down that bot push. This has gotten Young back in the game. And Blue Water have been playing 2 waves while Dorado's been playing 1. I like the idea from Dorado to force down that inner. I just think that Hub needed to find the time to ult that bot wave at some point and just make sure that Victor couldn't put 2 to 3 waves into that turret. Because that bot inner turret's at 1 plate right now, and that was a 0 grub Victor. So that's a lot of free time in waves that I feel like we're giving over to Young. And he's only a large rod behind now, which that's significant, but it's not an item, and he's not down in levels anymore. So I think that sequence for Dorado, I like the idea. I don't think they executed well enough, and that for me had to be someone had to answer bot at some point.
I actually really appreciate the kind of stick-to-itiveness from Blue Water there. Just realizing, yes, we are seeing that there's a giant push in top side, but we know that we can kind of hold this off for a little bit, and then we can get more resources across the map. So they've been able to keep and develop this small advantage they've had for a majority of the game. And we do have, in about a minute 30, a sole point for Blue Water that they could play around.
X-Tech Soul is a great role as well. So
You don't say.
I mean, it's thematic. It goes for the colors.
What's your favorite dragon?
Not Hextech, because it's too OP. I'd say probably just Infernal. Or I hate to be basic with more damage, but it's more damage.
I'm going to go with the coolness factor.
So Cloud Drake.
I think Chemtech Dragon looks super cool.
Okay, so you're going looks? I think it looks really cool too. Yeah, I think it looks really cool too. Or that one's just conditional. I mean, Ocean Soul, I think, is the best
Mechanically, yeah, maybe not. But
Ocean Soul is that's going to be the best Rift.
Yeah,
sure.
That is true. That is true. It's the most pretty. We do see that Blue Water are putting a lot of resources down here. They are literally already grouped up as 4. They're bringing their 5th, and they're about 20 seconds away from the spawn. They're actually going to try to go for a bit of an invade here.
Nice.
Deadly Flourish does connect. Low Jazz takes a decent chunk of damage. Everybody's going to come back to the lines here, though. Look at all these traps laid down by Levitate. TP coming in now as well.
Hey, we talked about how difficult it is to walk into Ziggs Orianna. Really appreciate that Blue Water took the extra time to group up as 5 and control this area. As if you're walking into Orianna Ziggs that already have control of that banana brush, game over. You're not winning that fight, so...
No gravity
He's forcing an uphill battle from Dorado. Decoy's behind, though.
Decoy's got a massive flank. They look, they're scared. They're worried about the lines here, but the lines have broken. Public execution back on a Decoy. Decoy doesn't even go mega. Now Munchie has his picks, and he's looking for it. There's the big hits on the Hub. The Hub's going to dash out. The Dragon goes over to Dorado. That's going to be a big denial. Now they need to get out. Massive steadfast presence there from Inflame as he clutches out the escape.
I really like the turn that Blue Water had. I think deleting Gnar like that was actually a pretty nice answer, given the situation that Dorado put them in. But Dorado getting the Dragon and getting out, only losing Decoy, they're going to feel good about that, given the amount of control that Blue Water had in that river early on. And I do want to credit, I know that Decoy went down. I think the angle that he took did create a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
And really put Blue Water in a tough spot. And while he did go down... everyone was on that side of the wall while Dragon was at half. That did help Low Jazz and Dorado be able to wrap up that Dragon, secure that Hextech Drake for themselves, and prevent the soul points. So Blue Water gets a little bit more gold in their pockets, but I really feel like Dorado can be happy with how they set that up and played that, given they really had to work from behind.
I mean, you could see it, though. As soon as they saw Decoy, Blue Water kind of broke the line that they had established there, and if we get a chance to look back at that one, there's a couple key uses of abilities that were used early from Blue that maybe could have been saved, but that's hindsight 2020, and now we're looking at the next fight. We're looking into the future, and we're looking into Dorado taking away the Scuttle Crab there. Manui going a little bit deep. Manui, he tries to flash away, tries to get the stun there on the Hub. Hub's going to flash away for the public execution, and now Young is getting soloed by Decoy. There's the Shockwave, and Dorado Gaming have now put themselves on the right side of history and on the right side of the map to tunnel down Blue Water, who are looking to escape. Munchie trying to be the little bit of a bait out front, but a nice flash from Inflame. The slow comes down. Phillips still tanking pretty good over here on Adam, as Adam took the wrong side of the fight there. Dorado getting caught with their own mistakes, and now we flop sides again. Levitate will finally fall. The Hex Gate will get him to safety, although Dorado want to chase. They know they can have the angle onto Phillip here, and Decoy almost has Mega. Inflame going the long way around, and Phillip maybe wants to try to flash out, or at least not flash out, try to get out with a TP, but I don't think he's going to be able to. He just gets ran down by Low Jazz.
That was a very deep fight from Blue Water. I think if the public execution does connect onto Hub, it might have been a little bit different, but I was just way too much. I think that when the initial engage misses from Manui, the decision to flash and fight past the choke was bold. So that's one for me where I can understand wanting to keep the comp that has Orianna Ziggs from getting into the river. Because in river, this comp is really difficult to play into. But I think that once it misses, you got to call it off. And it just never was called off by Blue Water. And the fact that they got out with the loss they did, I think, was pretty fortunate. Because there was an instance in that fight where they're all on the wolf pit. Enemy wolf pit. And the fact that everyone, or, they only dropped 2 from there is honestly small win.
We went full circle with that one, and I'm seeing circles on my screen right now, and that might just mean that Levitate got caught in the Venn diagram. That's Dorado finding another pick, and that was right off the back of a 3.5 item completion there for Levitate.
That was Summers from the last fight. Good find from Low Jazz, who... Low Jazz has had a really good game. I know that going into this game, we did kind of set up for both junglers that at times things aren't always clean from these guys. This has been a good game, I think, from both of them. There's been a couple decisions around objectives from Blue, like that Rift Herald Dragon that we wanted traded that was delayed, that kind of delayed their tempo, that I think they might look at or could be cleaned up a little bit, but it's nice to see Munchie and Low Jazz putting their best foot forward in the match. It does matter a lot for both teams. Hop canceled.
Nice catch. Big Meganar rolled back. The Wallop's not going to save him today, though. Decoy going down right ahead of the Dragon spawn. As he goes down, big pick in the side as Dorado started with the clone at least going over the edge. Munchie does spot what's coming his way with the scanner there. Low Jazz can't really chase him down. He is a pretty sneaky dog, but it does put the prospects of Dorado canceling out this next Dragon a little bit tougher to see.
Yeah, bit skillful, bit lucky to catch Decoy in the hop. A mistake from him. Because once that happens, he was going down. But I gotta say, I mean, Philip continues to play really well this split of NACL. I think that of all the players coming in, we were probably the most unsure about Philip. And I think he's been the best out of Philip, Young, and Manui who have come back for this split. It's been really nice to see because there are a few people that are more wholesome than Philip.
Great guy to have on a team.
He's going to make sure that you feel better and have more fun, that's for sure. I can guarantee that. But in this case, can help his team secure that dragon.
Munchie.
And that's the whole point. Munchie
nice
forces
flash. It is unfortunate, but at least you survive to tail the tail. Tell the tail with the dog. I don't know. Makes it, I don't know, something like that. Phillips hits some trouble now, too. He tries to use the public execution to get away, but unfortunately, he's going to get a little bit of the medicine that they just delivered to Decoy, and that's going to be a big kill in the side lane to further Dorado Gaming's lead.
Yeah, I don't think they should hit this Baron.
With this, these teams just really love to just like
did get a
start
TP
up
out.
there and like, hey, baby.
I think unless Dorado hits this Baron, that kills kind of null and void. I will take losing my top laner for getting Dragon. Philip does have TP up, will not have ult available when he joins, so could be enough for Dorado to maybe look for force. If that's the case, then things get interesting. Okay. Dorado's going to hit it. They did not burn ults to make that play. That was the biggest thing for Dorado.
I just don't know if they have the damage to do this fast enough. You're getting the collapse now from Blue Water. They're all going to come in through that river entrance here. Some poke needs to come out from Hub, but they also want to focus on the Baron. They need to be careful. Manui finds an engage. TP on the back end. Decoy's going to Meganar. If they can go down 4-5, it could be a big moment for Dorado. TP finally acknowledges Philip's presence here as he's in the 5-man there, but he immediately gets big hit away, and now Low Jazz finds backline on Young. Using the Hex Gates, though, Philip comes right back from that one, and that's going to be huge as well. Keeper's Verdict cannot keep Philip from the fight, even though Dorado do end up losing a couple members. They will find pressure there, and their lead continues to be maintained.
Yeah, I mean, Decoy and Adam both got out. That was significant. I think the Keeper's Verdict was huge because Philip was in there with that giant TP shield you get later on in the game. He was going to be doing a lot of damage, not taking any. So that Keeper's Verdict, I know that he ported back and got in, but do want to give kudos to Inflame. I feel like that was important to make sure that his team got out. And Decoy and Adam escaping there, a tad lucky that they both ended up getting back to base because Decoy was damn low, and Adam kind of went up to those top brushes and was able to sneak away. So nice that Dorado got out, as we're going to take another look. I was down for this engage from Manui. I think that this is a fight you want to force with Philip coming in. At Blast Cone, Philip put himself on the right side of it, but a quick Keeper's Verdict to react. And then you can see how low Adam and Decoy are. The fact that they both got out on, you know, the side of the map above Blue Otter was, I think, a big win for them.
And Decoy's doing so much damn damage to Philip here. Have Adam behind him. TP coming in. This is an overcommit from Blue Otter. Young just TP'd into his doom. Munchie might have just gotten baited by his mid laner. Inflame getting a little bit low. Levitate coming back out. I believe he's close to that 4th item, if not already there. He does a ton of damage on this gen, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Another big pick in the bot lane, side lane for Dorado.
You know, I'm not one for impersonations, but I am one for quotations. That TP sucked. Esports Kobe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out Esports Kobe.
Yeah.
That was tough.
That was not a good TP from Young.
Was. Yeah.
Put himself in the middle of the Wombo.
Communication was, but it was tough.
Yeah, he put himself in the middle of the Wombo. Not where you want to be as the victor. But
oh, and the TPs? Maybe a little bit of focus on this Baron side of the map from Dorado. I do wonder.
This is risky, because if this doesn't go well, then it means Soul goes over to Blue Otter. But Young just did spawn. It is spotted. I think this might be one to
do this.
I don't think this is good.
I don't think it's good either. Decoy, he's trying to go Mega. He gets it. Megadar into the wall, the wallop. The Shockwave doesn't really do much, but they've already found the pick on a Manui. And how this goes is now the fate of Blue Otter. Big setup on the Decoy. They do get him with the public execution, but Munchie's getting ran down, and Munchie will go down for the first time in game number 1. That's a massive setup for Dorado as they just fought away from the Blue Otter team.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Mazel. The Baron pull, they ended up creating a scenario where the solo laners were trying to play around the pit, and the rest of Blue Otter were trying to enter through the river. So Blue Otter was split. They take the fight at the river entrance, and they end up splitting them up, winning. I know Decoy went down there, but nice engage from Decoy. That was really solid to get Levitate. They took Jin's flash away, so that's a target for the next fight, potentially. And it felt like the appropriate take for Dorado, who were even able to get back with the numbers advantage that they have off that last fight and get in this river first.
Oh, Zenith play goes wide, and that's the insta-Q ball delivery system, and you might as well call it Amazon. Dorado Gaming are absolutely eviscerating Blue Otter, and that should just be the dragon for them as well.
And that engage was created by the last engage from Decoy. He got Levitate's flash with a really good entrance to the fight at that top river entrance, peeling off the Baron. No flash Levitate for that fight. Low Jazz, immediate trigger pull. Really good, or really good combo, I should say, with, I don't know if it was Low Jazz or Inflame, I'm going to be honest. But, hey, good shockwave. It found everyone. I think it was Low Jazz who was the ball carrier to get in there, as that's going to be Hextech Soul denied. Baron likely secured. They're going to try and keep Munchie out, but they've got a lot of tools to keep Munchie out of this pit.
I'm not going to lie, I've never seen a Venn diagram with 2 circles directly on top of each other, but Dorado might just be in for some inventive math here at this point. Manui tries to take another engage as the Baron is going lower. Munchie can't even get close to the pit. About 5,000 health still left on it. There's a big Keeper's Verdict back. Inflame still getting ran down, though. Decoy takes down Manui with that lethal tempo. Ooh. And the shots from Levitate are not enough. Almost takes down Inflame, but they get the Baron. Although Philip has come over, he had been pushing. They have the Hex Gates. Munchie should be the target. Low Jazz goes Cyclone mode. Decoy trying to be a decoy for his team as he's trying to take down Young, but it's going to be Munchie that goes down, as that is another big one here, as it's Blue Otter just continuously overextending.
I think that one's a little bit more forgivable for me, just because a lot of tools were down. But yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's not been Young's best game, as Low Jazz able to pick him up. And that's gonna be an expensive death timer, because that one's staggered a little bit. And this should enable Dorado to start cleaning up these inners. They got 2 more to go. So Low Jazz patches up that lane, and yeah, I want to see Dorado go bot. Guys, when you have Baron at home, deploy in the longest lane that you have available. Obviously, you want to consider structures, but give yourself the maximum amount of time to stack up a giant Baron wave. And it is indeed going to be a giant Baron wave stacking into the bot inner turret of Blue Otter.
Now you look at the state of things here. It's been 2 dragons now for Dorado, putting a halt to Blue Otter, trying to get that soul. And yes, they were a little bit offset. Obviously, they lost the last dragon, but being able to deny this at all to Blue Otter, you know that's a huge condition for them to play around. And now these Baron minion waves are just completely crashing into the base. About a 6,000 gold lead that might get even further ahead. Dorado Gaming, they truly have stuck gold.
This is why you deploy into the longest lane. Nice rocket bell from Adam.
Really, really nice sidestep. It's hard to hit those when you're just dry throwing it like that. It's the cast time does really give a reaction window now to anybody, not even with the flash. Now the siege, where I feel like Dorado are most powerful, is coming, knocking onto Blue Otter's base. Solar Flare goes wide. There's the big damage back as well. We do have that Mega Inferno Bomb still. I could use it, try to pick off Philip, but it's the multi-lane push, the Baron minions all over the place, and Decoy didn't even have his buff, but he was still pushing that mid lane. TP coming in. It looks like Dorado want to try to finish the game. TPing back. It's just trade-ins, you know? Oh, but as soon as he goes away, the engage comes through from Blue Otter, but you can see they're hesitant. They don't go through with it, and Levitate just does no damage. Finally gets the autos in. That's what really brings the punch for Levitate, but he's running out of mana, and he's running out of time. Dorado taking the turrets one by one. Ziggs, the siege expert here, as he's doing so much work. And another TP rebuttal coming through. Oh. Okay, they're going to stop it, but the Meganar comes out immediately to deny the damage coming through. He does get his health back, but now Dorado, they've stayed a little bit too far. They thought themselves a little bit of a brainiac here. Lojack still has his GA, and it's just going into a 1v3 scenario, finding a double. He's looking for more. He can get another onto him, but Adam goes on a rampage with that kill in Blue Otter. They ran out of gas, and they ran out of lives. Dorado Gaming come for it all, and Dorado Gaming go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Kind of a fun extended end to the game, but one that I really feel like in hindsight was dictated by Lojaz. Lojaz had a really good game there. I thought both junglers played all right, but some of the calls that Dorado had around the Rift Herald, I think how they secured that third dragon that prevented the soul point was big. We're going to take a look at our Philips Norelco one blade precision play.
Oh, man.
It was indeed Lojaz. You know, it happened in a blink and a flash. I didn't know which ball carrier was which, as Lojaz and Adam make it happen. And this really was the game-winning play for Dorado.
As soon as I saw that Zenith Blade miss, I like in my brain, it just flipped. It's like, it's over. Like, there's no way. Manui, like, tries for this fateful Zenith Blade, and then it just feels like you're left there throwing a punch while your opponent's kind of dodging out of it. And it feels pretty bad for Blue Otter. I feel like they did have some opportunities in this game, but Dorado Gaming just had the better execution of it.
I think that level 1 mid had a very big impact on the game. We talked about Blue Otter. We needed to see them kind of put a lot of elements together. Young didn't have a great game, and Dorado definitely focused him, made sure he didn't have a great game, but that was a piece that I feel like Blue Otter needed. The Victor damage wasn't as relevant as we're used to it being, thanks to the focus from Inflame, Lojaz, and into that lane. So, see if Blue Otter can put things together and push us to game 3 for game 2.
Yeah. A lot of draft capital used in that game number 1. We'll see what we get for game 2. We'll see you there on the other side of this break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and game number one was a bit of a doozy, but Dorado Gaming coming out 1-0.
Yeah, I feel like it was good team play. Low Jazz, for me, had a bit of a standout game. Just really solid neutral objective control and control the map in the game. I think the focus on setting Victor behind was really sound. Felt like the takes in terms of fights later on from Dorado were overall better. And those were the big differences that went into a game one win.
And I think there's some back and forths, obviously. I mean, the gold graph doesn't represent that super heavily, but I really wonder what the game looks like with some of those fights going a little bit differently. But for me, it's some of the stability that Dorado were showing in their decision-making in the team fights. And especially the way they picked apart the lines of Blue Otter was very impressive.
Yeah, I think when and where they decided to take some of those battle lines, I also thought was quite impressive. So, sorry, we're late on coffee today. I thought we were going to be on that screen a little bit longer.
Love California, you know.
Well, you did give me this mug, Michelle,
I did.
So it definitely went into my choice of mug for the day.
We're gonna need some coffee because I'm sure things are about to get amped up here.
It's gonna be more than 4 games today, that's for sure.
I hope so. Blue Otter, again, this is their final series. This could be their final game of the regular season. There's still the last chance qualifier. There's still the chance for the Miracle Blue Otter Summer, but they have not won a series. What do you want to see out of them for this draft that could be their last?
It's not as much draft. I just want to see them put stuff together. We've seen moments where this team, like where players have good games, but it hasn't been the team having good games together. It's gotten better over the last couple weeks, but it just feels like every game we can kind of point to one member of Blue Otter and be like, you know what? They kind of lost the game because of this moment or this play or this player just didn't have a good game. And that needs to change as the teams that we have are good enough in the NACL where you got to put your best foot forward to not just win a game, but win a series. And we have seen Blue Otter win games. Haven't seen them win a series. So, see that changes here as Anivia early lock-in for Adam.
First pick Anivia.
Bit of a different style.
Let's go. Maybe flexibility, probably not, but maybe. We'll see what Blue Otter's answers are going to be. They will have that counter pick again, so want to see what they say for that one. But the LeBlanc actually coming through for Young. This is an oldie but a goodie.
Not the first LeBlanc Young has played. Don't think it went well first time, and that's.
But his old LeBlanc,
like he is a good LeBlanc player. He is, but I don't like the champion right now, especially taking this early in draft. So, who knows? Maybe we get weird, and Decoy has been practicing an Anivia top that we just don't know about. As some lockdown taken, Vi secured champion band away the first time around against Low Jazz. Munchie going to take that away from him this time around. 2 of the responses from Low Jazz. He does like that Pantheon, as he really, I mean, he's got options in the jungle, and see if Dorado actually maybe wants to even drop that because some priority on what they want to take for bot lane as Galio secured and Anivia Flex. Anivia Flex stonks are going way up.
They are.
If this Camille gets locked in, they just went through the roof.
You better get in now. On the ground floor. Honestly, even with the shed, it's still up in the air a little bit. But we'll see what they want to lock in here. Obviously getting ready for that second phase. This is going to be their final pick of the first phase here and trying to solidify their kind of team structure as the Shen does come through. And my God, man, the Galio Shen entrance combo, I feel like we're going to be at a red carpet.
I feel like Blue Otter would love to secure a Serpent's Fang user. As Jace into what I think is going to be Anivia top. As my expected setup is a Nibia top, Galio mid, Shen support. We could get weird. This could be a Nibia bot, Shen top. Who knows?
So the question, and maybe other people are asking as well, after you have such a solid game number 1, why go crazy?
Because why not, Lennon? You're blue side, and you get to hide your draft from red side for the majority of the draft. As look, they're banning top laners. This could be Jungle Shen. Actually, I haven't mentioned Jungle Shen yet. I think this might be Jungle Shen.
The Shungle?
It might
Shungle's
be Jungle
always
Shen.
real.
Because it could be Jungle Shen, and then Galio's support, and then Anivia goes mid or top.
Don't you love the meta because it makes all our color casters lose their minds?
I'm not losing my marbles. I'm just talking through my marbles up top, trying to sort them, you know?
But I love it because it's such a fun aspect of the current meta. I think it's super cool.
I'm just surprised at the top lane bans to protect the Jace, because I really feel like Shen or Anivia are top.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the top laner is already showing here in some way, shape, or form for Dorado. I think that's kind of what would enable them.
Is the top laner in the room with us right now?
Feel it in my bones. Feel it in my thumbs.
Whoa, what's up with the chair? Just instantly goes forward. It's like a car seat.
It's pressure to make sure that he has good posture, you know?
I see.
Lucian Rakan, take it away.
Ban.
I like Desire Rakan tonight. I do.
Yeah.
As Young fixes the chair, gets back in, gets back ready to go. I think you can take support here. It Bard's up. It's probably like one of these 3 champions is probably in the support role too. And now we get all the answers to our questions solved. I've put enough murder mysteries out there to find out who the real killer is. And now we get to find out who it really is for Dorado.
Call it right now before they lock other stuff in.
I'm going to call Shen Jungle for sure, and then Galio support. Okay. Or no, Galio mid. Shen Jungle, Galio mid.
All right.
Maybe a bot, I think. I think this is Nivia's bot. It's going to get... Okay, it got weirder. It's not Shen Jungle.
It's not Shen Jungle, 100%
I think this will likely be Panth Jungle, but this Panth could be at support too. And could maybe even play top with the Jace.
Just keep them guessing, man. I love that strategy from Dorado. All the way to the last. Don't let them know what you're doing.
Okay, the top laner wasn't showing.
It wasn't. There was no top laner in the room with us. Your seance has been awful. And Olaf going to come through.
I called a Nivea bot. Let's go. I haven't seen a Nivea bot yet. That's about all we got right for this one.
I came to you and asked you if the top laner was in the room with us. And it didn't happen.
Murder mystery unsolved.
This composition is kind of disgusting. I'm not gonna. They have a very weird damage profile, and especially wondering where that sustained damage comes from.
Oh, it comes from Olaf.
I'm here for it. Here for it.
It's gonna come from Olaf. It's gonna come from the hope that no one can deal with Olaf. Yep. Okay. Here we go. We were right in the end.
Nivea ADC.
You know, I could argue that Dorado drafted 5 top laners. By the way. I know that we haven't seen a lot of Panth top, but all 5 of these champions can be played top.
That's insane.
5 top laners.
That's actually just
3
insane.
junglers. 2.5 mids. 2.5 mids. And then
okay.
3 supports. And even Olaf AD has been played.
I'm looking through Anivia's played games in the last couple months. There's only one other person competitively on Leaguepedia that has played Anivia ADC, and it was... Wait, no. I'm wrong. There hasn't been one.
And that's the only one I got right.
Support.
That's the only one I got right.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is some tech. I'm here for it, Dorado. This might be, and I'm completely down to be wrong, this might be the first competitive Anivia ADC. At least I know it is in tier 2 history here in NACL. But my God, let's take a look at Blue Otter's comp, because we've been talking so much about Dorado's comp. I'm pretty happy with the tools that they got. They can deny a lot of those engages that we were hyping up with the Tempered Fate from Bard. They have a lot of that frontal engage with the Vi, a lot of target selection, a lot of champions that can really burst down that single target. And so I see the style, the strategy from Blue Otter.
Counterpoint, they're going to get deathballed.
All right. Thanks, Cubby. Back to me. Game number 2 of Dorado Gaming versus Blue Water. Is this the final regular season game of Blue Water? We will find out. Dorado been cooking with this composition.
I actually do think they're going to get deathballed. As the... Okay, well, I guess we got to talk about this entrance. Shen can really dictate some early jungle matchups. And I like the fact that Inflame... Not spotted by that word until now. Thanks, observers. Appreciate that. They don't have... There's a mystery, but they haven't solved the murder mystery of who's in the top lane yet. If Inflame had any accomplices. We have a theme now, Mazel.
We do. We're going to keep...
Okay, now it's spotted.
Oh, he's spotted.
Okay, now they know.
All right.
See, Munchie
But
can
he already
respond.
took the risk, so...
It did. Anivia's been 1v2 in the bot lane, so push exists for the Bard and the Caitlyn. They've pushed this very quickly. Curious what happens on the bounce if Anivia Shen are able to do anything. As if they are, Munchie could be in danger. Is Munchie going to answer on enemy camps as though Jazz opened up on his camps? Now, I think we have time to talk about the comps now. I'm worried that Blue Water... Caitlyn can be the late game savior, but I think that she gets overwhelmed this game. And just the shielding or the entrance to the fights that they're going to have with Pantheon, Galio, Shen. The ability to deathball. And I think the struggle... Wow, this is impressive.
Level 3. Oh, Lojaz taking an extra turret shot, but he has the shield. They don't get the kill on the fill-up. I think that was a little bit overzealous from Lojaz. He just wanted to go for that level 3 gank. And meanwhile, mid lane... Young found a solo bolo on Adam. A little bit of recompense from game number 1.
Looks like the flash out, Ignite did burn away and was enough as Young gets a kill. But I just think defense-wise, like being able to Shen ult someone that Vi LeBlanc want to go on, being able to Galio ult or follow up these Pantheon engages, I really feel like Dorado are set up to deathball this game, and Caitlyn will be the savior. That or being ahead in lane and making sure the Dorado just don't have enough damage, but... Water's a really squishy comp, so I really feel like they can successfully deathball this game.
I want to see if they can put some pressure in this 2v2, because if Levitate can get ahead, it can really be the difference maker in this game. As we're going to take a look back at the solo bolo in mid lane, I think Adam just overthinking the hand. Ooh.
See, he didn't flash the W in time, and sadly both of our mid laners flashed and died before level 3 in these 2 games, so... See if we can fix that in a game 3 if we end up
One side doesn't have 3 flashes, the other side doesn't have 1 flash. So, you know, take that with what you will. Also about 1,000 gold lead for Blue Water, but we saw this last game. They did have a decent lead early on, about 1,000 gold, and that did not matter in the long term. But this little bot lane advantage will matter in the long term if something doesn't happen to it, and I think Blue Water will rightfully try to play around that, at least in the foreseeable future.
I mean, Levitate can definitely play Caitlyn. That's a champion that he's showed a lot of proficiency on, including last split, Supernova. As we'll also give kudos to the Manui Bard. It's 0-1 in the split, but I thought he had a decent Bard game or some decent Bard looks. As 3v3 among the Raptors.
Oh, Young, okay. Oh, the flash, but okay. The double binding there from Manui as well. Adam not going to go down. He's too tanky. Hey, they just really wanted a tussle in the mid lane. The chain's going to connect. Lojaz should be fine for now. Does get it back a little bit here. Cosmic Binding goes a bit wide. Now we're just returning. We're just going all in. The double taunt. The Galio looking mega strong early. And Dorado Gaming upset the play from Blue Water.
Deathball step 1 complete as the 3v3 Deathball wins. I mean,
dude,
it's going to be a really tanky comp that Dorado has. And I know that you asked about the sustained damage, Mazel. That's going to come from our top laner in the Olaf. As Decoy, given the early gank he received from Lojaz, that getting the flash out of Philip, Olaf isn't as far behind as he needs to be at this point of the matchup. This is a matchup where I think the most notorious game of this was played in the LCK, where Doran picked an Olaf. They gave up Dragon Soul in the Gen G, and then Olaf just ended up winning the game later on in the Jace.
Oh, another solo bolo, 2 in a row. Young gets him down again.
All right, well,
I don't think that's how the matchup goes, Kobe.
Galio plus Shen shields. We'll see if it's still enough to deal with this 2-0 LeBlanc. I think the answer is yes. But props to Young. Good 2 solo kills coming in from him. But yeah, this Olaf's going to do a lot of damage. Olaf needs to be behind in this matchup against the Jace, and the fact that he's not right now is concerning for blue. I like the investment Dorado put into that top side to give Olaf a good first few levels, because those are the hardest levels for Olaf into the Jace.
Dude, I would pay everything to be able to listen to the dual-sided comms of that fight in the mid lane. It's like one side's like, we're gonna flash, we're gonna get the play. Okay, they didn't. And then the other side's, wait, they don't have flashes. Let's go in. Just go back and forth over and over again. It'd be great. I do love, though, some of the strategy we're seeing on the map right now. We're getting a heavy move away from this bottom lane. And we're seeing the CS, creep it back up for Hub to kind of catch up with Levitate. But honestly, I think that's kind of what Dorado want. They just want to leave Hub down there to continue farming up and not be pressed by this Caitlyn and any dives that could be coming.
Yeah, that's part of the mage meta for sure. And abandon your bot laner. Like,
not condoning it. I'm just saying that's how the way the world works right now.
It is. I feel like a lot of supports right now have been like Daniel Day-Lewis from that scene in There Will Be Blood. It's like, I've abandoned my child.
Specific reference.
I've abandoned my child. But it's okay in the end, because point of mage.
Is that how the movie ends? They play
no, it's definitely not okay in the end of that movie. It's definitely not okay in the end.
I'd take advantage of the reference you use, as Dragon gets started up by Blue Water. It is under vision. There are pings, and we do have a Grand Starfall with the Heroic Entrance combo there. Inflame's still very far away from his Stand United. The Dragon going to be started up by Blue again. Looks like it had gotten reset.
Death Pole isn't fully online yet. We're missing a Stand United. I think with Denting Blows and Levitate sneaking into that brush. Extra headshots from the brush for Caitlyn. Gonna help make sure Blue takes that first dragon. No contest from Dorado, but Inflame already in the mid lane. Gotta assume that Grubs might be the look, as Inflame 1 or 2 creeps away from getting Stand United.
And we do see that Infernal Dragon. 2 first Dragon Infernal Dragons in a row here in this series, but that did go down to Blue Water, so they're going to be working towards that. It was a little bit later than on spawn, and we do have the Grubs on the other side that have already been started up by Dorado with some of the pressure that has been developing by Decoy in the top lane matchup.
Again, the fact that Decoy is even right now, he is ahead in this matchup. Even able to go Phage and doesn't have to rush the steel caps, which is what we usually see, as Olaf just tries to be as defensive as possible and lean on some of his kit for sustain. I do hope to see the Stride Breaker, as Manui will Magical Journey out, but may not be able to defend the wraps. Temper Fate used.
Blue Water, they want something. The shield's going to block so much. Young comes from behind. Here comes the entrance as well, coming on top of it with the flash taunt coming through. Munchie, he's going low and he's going down. Hammer Slammer from Philip, but he doesn't get the kill back. And now Adam, still alive, still kicking, standing in the face of Blue Water, ace in the hole, only hits on a Decoy. Now Dorado, they're trying to escape. They want to try to get away. The Shock Blast comes through and hits on a Decoy. Flash come through, but he misses the Cosmic Binding, and Blue Water have to back away.
Not quite in range, and a good fight. I felt like at the beginning Dorado didn't layer their CC well enough on the first target, which is something I'm going to look out for, because this comp is a little bit low on damage, missing the marksman and some other elements like a Galio mid, but able to find the Vi in the end, and some of the big ultimates used, but more available. I mean, we can. This is what I like about the Dorado comp. They've taken so many globals, they can really play quickly in this mid game. Like, you can easily see a Grand Starfall into a Stand United, and you can instantly punish again. Now, the good news for Blue Water is that they did only lose Manui's Flash, so I think these solo laners maintaining Flash is going to be really, really important, as definitely expect to see some focus from Lojaz and Inflame at impacting, I think, the top lane matchup in particular.
Really waiting for this combo here. I want to see it happen at least once this game. I know that's a little biased towards Dorado, but I want to see the triple threat combo come through in these team fights. And that honestly scares me a little bit from the perspective of Blue Otter, because we were talking about some of the setup, the single target focus that they can have if they call the right shots. But some of that individualism is going to need to come through. And that's why I do love seeing that Young has some resources. Because I think in game number 1, that was a quiet point of Blue Otter that really was their downfall. But now he's trying to bring it back.
And as you highlighted, Mazel, he's gotten the start with a double solo kills. Try and bring it back, but I think it's going to be... like this game for Young, this is one where I really feel like you have to go Pen second. He's got likely the Ludens, just given that you're playing the Blanc. You're going into Galio. I expect to see some tankiness on many members by the end of this game. I think it has to be a Pen second in the Blanc game, and that doesn't usually feel good. Like these are the games where I think playing mid, oftentimes if I'm sitting behind the scenes, like as a coach, you just be like, hey, Leandres might give you more mileage this game, as we missed the dive top. Grand Starfall, not even required. Flash not even required, as they were just able to walk down Philip in the top lane, who flashed and went down. But yeah, sometimes, I mean, when you're looking for what people, like players, are thinking about, like in terms of picks, I think oftentimes they think about the matchup, but sometimes thrown out there like, hey, we need Leandres. A Leandres abuser is good. There are definitely some metas where that's been more so the case out of the mid lane, with thinking back to the Mythic meta when I did coach, and it's like, guys, why wouldn't we take Everfrost here?
All right, they know that he doesn't have Ragnarok. He's going to get the Stand United used onto him. The double taunt comes through. Grand Starfall coming in as well. The heroic entrance won't be there, but the Temper Fate maybe buys time for Dorado to get out. The exhaust came through. Now BP has come in. That's going to be a backline flanked by an Anivia as he's looking to pick up big kills. He doesn't hit anything. He's still looking for the auto attacks, but the Comet Spear will land, and Low Jazz takes what he came for. A double kill for the jungler of Dorado. He might even go for a third, but he's going to lovingly give that one over to Hub. Meanwhile, Decoy had gone into bot side with his top quest TP to defend against Levitate. That is a massive gold sink now. 2,500 gold to Dorado when it was so even.
I think you called it, Mazel. That Tempered Fate, I want to get a replay of this, because I don't know if this was good or bad. We're going to get a replay of the initial kill on the Phillip, who was trying to trim the wave a bit. Ends up going down. Spear in the Achilles from Low Jazz. And then this play, I would be really curious to see the Tempered Fate again. Just because I'm with you, Mazel. The fact that it wasn't followed up by the Cosmic Binding to guarantee the double stun, it felt like it bought time for Dorado to respond.
Tough position to be in. A couple plays going wide, and we've seen in the camera Manui getting a little bit frustrated at himself as well. Decoy tried to play the bush play, but now he's getting collapsed on. He pops the Ragnarok. He has the rest of his team coming as well. There's the heroic entrance, because they always have tools available. They don't need all three of them when they have 3 different ones they can use. And now they're going to perfectly execute an escape on the bot lane. Blue Otter left with nothing.
This is a big lead now for Dorado. I think it's pretty important that Blue Otter tries to pick up this dragon. So at least Blue Otter has something to threaten, or something they can use to trade out for gold later on. Because a 3k gold lead for Dorado, this is the type of lead that you want and need to get this death ball going. And I am still very concerned about the death ball that Blue Otter is going to face this game. As, like, the ability for a Pantheon, Shen, Galio to end up on your port step, or to have an Olaf bring the same behind him, is something that I just don't feel like Blue Otter's comp is capable of defending against. And where Decoy's at in the game right now, like, first off, thank you. We have too many Olafs that are in NACL that build Ravenous Hydra. Please build the Stride Breaker. This champion, it's all about the team fight. And I think that you have to learn how to manage the lane to get to the team fight. Because what this enables you to do in the team fight is just so much greater than what Ravenous Hydra does.
Yeah.
You get sustain in your kit, your W is sustain. It's fine if you drop a little bit of health, you're old off. It's chill. You get to attack faster. Decoy, I think understanding that this game, and again, the Stride Breaker threat, if he gets in there, he pops a Stride Breaker, you're going to be Ragnaroking forever. And because the damage isn't there to deal with Olaf. It has to be Caitlyn. who is the individual that's, I think, is most set up for success this game right now for Blue Water.
Ooh, Manui has the flash, but immediately pulls the trigger on that rebuttal here by Blue Water. But the Tempered Fate, again, it survives in flame there, and now the flank comes through with the Stand United, and he's just Ragnaroking the night away as he's just singing at the top of his lungs. The undertow with the Comet Spear to the back. LoJazz is on a rampage, and Dorado, they want to finish this one 2-0.
You know, I think this is going to be a LoJazz player of the match, but I would like to continue to sing the praises of Decoy, who for me is a player that is just kind of slept on because he's not hyped up. And like early on, I was mentioning coaching way back with Mazel, Decoy would play in all the combines, and I think throughout a lot of the combines, Decoy would maybe go from like lobby 1 or 2, and then by the end of the week would be at lobby 3 or 4. Just because other coaches were interested in other players. He always played the meta champs. I don't think he ever stood out on a lot of stuff outside of the NAR at times. But seeing him in NACL, we saw like a massive Aurora games in terms of how he laned and flanked. This has been a huge Olaf game. I do love the setup that Dorado had from level 1 to really help enable this. I think it's a good understanding of this matchup on the champion. But I think oftentimes Decoy is in the right place at the right time as a top laner. And while he's not the most individually talented player, I think that I can watch a lot of his games, and I'm like, yeah, I see the vision with this TP. Like, I see why we're dropping this wave. And to have him be this intelligent with his team, I think that he's a big part of why we just, in general, say Dorado plays mid-game well. I do think a lot of that is how Decoy views and plays the map, which is really strong. And it's been really fun to see a player that I myself had kind of discounted from some of these combines, too. Come into NACL, make the most of having the practice, the opportunity to play this level, and really improve. I think that he's quietly kind of a hero within this team.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he might not be like the flashiest, but he has massive impact, and Manui's impact will not be felt there. As we do get a couple pieces of the combo, as the Stand United and the Heroic Entrance are used. No Grand Starfall, but that is going to be Dorado taking the mid lane turret with the Rift Herald. They might even go for the inhib turret.
Yeah, there was Jason, the Blanc were in the same lane. I think they were fishing for solo lane kills. Blue's kind of out of options here. As mid inner falls and Decoy, while this has been going on, he's been uninvolved, free farming as Olaf. So,
TP. We're trying to make a play, Philip. Trying to use the speed, trying to use the damage. He gets CC'd immediately. Now the TP to return. That's going to be a big entrance here, but maybe not the heroic one, but it will be the big turnaround for Dorado. It was a last gasp effort. It was desperation for Blue Water in their final series of the regular season, but it feels like it might never be Blue Water summer.
I mean, the nice part for Blue Water is that they can go 0-5, win 1, best of 3, and be in playoffs.
True.
So that is a, we'll call it a feature for this format for the year. Blue Water are going to have to face a team within their group for the last chance qualifier. Maryville does play in our second series today. I mean, both series we had today really important for the standings, Mazel. If we want to zoom out here for a sec, because it looks like the death ball cooldowns are on cooldown. Getting the 3 wins in Group B, there is a chance that's actually not enough to guarantee that you are in playoffs, but it's very likely, we think, that 3 wins might be enough to guarantee that you are in playoffs. So, big win for Dorado here today, who, as Coach Bobby said in the interview, like their worst series from spring was the only series where they were not in contention for anything. Because they were locked, they were guaranteed to not be in the promotion relegation tournament, but they were locked out of playoffs. So for this team to run back 4 of the 5 same members, lose out on the one that I feel like was getting the most credit and kudos by the team and by peers in Redemption in terms of what he brought to the team, and just be a better team in summer. Everyone on Dorado deserves props for the form they have this team playing in right now. And Coach Bobby said, he's like, I felt like we were competitive against everyone in spring, and we want more of that in summer. This is a team that will be a hard out in playoffs.
And it's such a big redemption for so many members that have been working their way in this Tier 2C, right? You were talking about the holdovers and things, not only from last split, but even from last year. We're looking at LoJazz, we're looking at Adam and Hub, and it's so interesting to see that perseverance really pay off, but also it's the story we love to see in NACL. in the fact that we can see tangible growth from this team and how they play the map, what picks they're willing to go for, and the strategies they're willing to employ. And I think those are the things that get me so giddy as somebody that covers this league, is you actually get the tier 2 experience of growth and development from this team.
And I mean, that's something I said before the game started today. Is I feel like a lot of people look at Dorado and they still doubt them because of the names on paper. And this isn't a team where we don't know if they have a second gear in playoffs or not, because this is the highest gear we've seen out of the team, right? It's the best we've seen them look. But yeah, I mean, drafts like this where they're on blue side, we're completely stumped at who's going where, and then it ends up being like pretty cohesive, and I'm looking at it like, oh yeah, they
maybe
can
the
deathball
first
and win this
ADC
game.
in Nivea.
Yep. It's pretty fun. I mean, Hub plays a mean one. I actually believe when I was scouting out Hub in a previous split that there were Nivea bans aimed at Hub. I think this is just something that he plays in solo queue.
Oh, here we go. The United Starfall entrance hits, and Dorado Gaming continue to bolster their lead.
I mean, the Anivia has been good. Like, I haven't been looking at this Anivia like, wow, the walls are crap. We're not using our abilities well. Hub clearly knows how to play the champion, which is, it's fun. It's a nice curveball from Dorado. It's looked good. Blue Otter has not been able to respond. Philip doing his best to get what he can on the bot side, but no grubs for him. Push on the Jace, not exactly the same without those grubs. Scale off attack speed, and well, Jace's W, pretty nice for that. But does get 4 plates, doesn't get the brick. And we'll head out with a 7k gold deficit, and Blue Otter still on the back foot.
And I think in all regards for Blue Water, it's obviously disappointing. I think it's been tough to not see it kind of come together. Obviously, again, like you said, still a last chance qualifier to go through, and that's a lot to put into the future for Blue Water potentially. But it's been tough not seeing this team kind of come to cohesiveness here between them. As maybe we'll get a little bit of a cohesive play here on the decoy. They're being sneaky. Like, why is Young playing so far up? It might be because he has 2 teammates. Dorado are going to try to turn this here. They're double TPing into this one. I don't know if they're here fast enough. Here comes Hub. He's got some good damage with the Glacial Storm. They get 1 back. Hub goes gold, and the Glacial Storm's still kicking. They do get 1. They might find 2. Hub is cooking them right now, and it's all with ice.
He can play it.
No way.
That was an if memory serves correct.
Oh, okay, goes a little bit too ham. Gets headshot as he walks out of his safe haven, and that is unfortunate. Dorado pull a little bit of a zealous move in the bot lane.
The Hub Anivia was definitely a if memory serves correct, and I want to say my memory is serving correct. He's giving me the confirmation bias needed that they were Anivia's banned against.
He hasn't even gotten his egg popped.
He did once. He just didn't go down.
No, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of a strategic egg pop. He walled the choke. They couldn't get to him. It was well played. He's got some vision on this champion. I like to see it. Like what we're seeing out of Dorado. That was some good gold picked up though by Blue Water. That
was like 3,000.
I think something that got big in an interview this past week because it was I Will Dominate was trying to talk about the game in terms of shutdowns. Shutdowns are very strong in this game. So 2,500 gold given back to Blue Water as 2 of those shutdowns were acquired in the side lane, or at least 1 in Flame on top. So you got to give some credit to Blue Water. We still feel like this game is going in the direction of Dorado, as this death ball has no signs of slowing down. But it was well played from Blue to at least get something for themselves. But 50 seconds away from Dragon. Baron is currently the side that Dorado controls, but I feel like this is a team that gets through Dragon a little bit easier than Baron, as Levitate.
Ooh, he wanted to kill on the Levitate. He might find it. Tempered Fate buys time, though. Here comes the heroic entrance. They don't find the kill on the Levitate. They will need to back away. Adam taking a huge hit of damage, because you got to remember, Adam is not the tanky Galio. He has gone a little bit off the deep end, I feel like, in the build, going a little bit more team-friendly.
Yeah, we have seen some of this from Galio, the Mandate second, and Abyssal Mask Rush. I definitely empowers the Anivia a little bit. So as I think Galio, you have a few options for builds, and a lot of players just don't want to build Hollow Radiance if they don't have to, because the item does get value on Galio, just given how his Q works and the wave, but it is an item that doesn't give you the stat value you're looking for because of what is on top of the passive. So
the rest of Blue Water were on bot side, and they didn't even move, or couldn't move, rather, to help out Munchie.
I
She
think
goes
that's a split
down,
call.
and that just means Dragon goes over 2-2 now in Dragon score, and Dorado, that's 2 in a row for them.
Just a split call coming out from Blue Water. And Munchie walking into the Banana Brush alone, while Tour bot Levitate was walking up by red buff, and Young took the top inner turret. And Young doesn't have a TP this game, too. He won Ignite for lanes, so... Blanc hasn't exactly been able to snowball things as hard as she was hoping outside of the lane. As Baron is started, this will be a slow one with no marksman. One started nonetheless.
Pretty strong hub there, but yeah, it's going to be slow rolling, but maybe it doesn't even matter. I mean, Young is around the corner.
Munchie was still dead.
A jungler, as Tempered Fate does come through to try to buy a little bit of time. You see Munchie trying to get over. Can he get to the blast cone? Munchie, he's gone.
Blast
No,
cone.
it's already over. Baron is gone to Dorado. Philip was left in the side lane to try to get some, at least, comeback gold for Blue Water, but that Baron power play is going to come hot and heavy. Oh, did they find him?
Maybe.
They do? Oh,
TP.
but they're TPing and the Stand United. There it is! The United Starfall entrance! It's all of them except for the Rogue entrance coming through. And he didn't even need it because Adam picks up the kill. We haven't seen all 3 yet, and that makes me sad.
This death ball has been kind of fun to watch. I really respect it. I don't think that this was spotted fast enough by Blue Water. I don't think they go Jace on 3 in hindsight. And frankly, the fact that it was Galio Shen showing. Jace, I like trying to overwhelm Jace in games. And this Jace got overwhelmed.
Go for the end. Philip, you could do it.
It's going to be it.
Base race.
We're going for the end the other way. I don't think... He's got no grubs on him. We got to at least try a little bit here at the end, as it looks like the last
Dorado
stand.
Gaming, they are on the cusp of a 2-0 in Blue Water's last series of the regular season. Blue Water will not be able to find the light, and Dorado will snuff it out slowly and surely, as they do end up losing him in the end. Decoy goes down, but the Nexus is the focus, and the beautiful draft masterclass from Dorado Gaming comes to bear, a 2-0.
That was a fun one. I want you to ask about Hubs and Ibia, whoever you talked to in the interview, Mazel. I need to know if I was like if I knew that one or if I'm just getting confirmation bias from the Anivia in this game. But real creativity in draft, and we came into this series focusing on the junglers and asking for both to step up, because when the teams look at their best, it's when we get good games from Lojaz and Munchie and not the opposite, which sometimes happens. Lojaz had 2 really good games there, and for me, I think is the MVP of the series for Dorado, as it felt like neutral objective control, what was given, what was taken, was really well played by what we saw from Dorado. And when you add the draft flexibility on that, I thought Decoy had a really good series too. This is a team that we continue to be excited about, and a team that went from being on the outside looking into the playoff picture to being in that guaranteed top 6 and avoiding the last chance qualifier, likely with that win today. So props to Dorado. We cannot stop saying good things. It's easy for me to talk about a team that's exceeding expectations.
And that's something that's so awesome. Again, we talked so much about the story of these guys and you know, building up through these splits of NACL, but 3-1 is nothing to scoff at. I think that's so important to think about in the
against the tougher
format
group
setup that we have, and especially with the fact that that could enable them to go straight into those playoffs.
Against the tougher group too. Everyone thought Group A was rougher. As Dorado, 1 match to go, of course.
Of course.
We think that 3rd win should be enough to make sure that they are able to advance to the playoffs, but they do face Ole Miss on Thursday of next week, so we'll see if that match has any impact moving forward, as of course Thursday next week. We do wrap things up with a bit of a super week for NACL. We got a bonus match on Thursday, and then Friday is the last chance qualifier, as we are wrapping up our first match on Friday and heading into our second match of the day soon. But excited to talk to Dorado first, as like I said, you got to ask about the Anivia Mazel. I don't know what else ask about over there, but I think between Coach Bobby just kind of saying all of his players leveled up, I feel like in a way we saw some of that in this series. Just I thought Adam responded well from being behind in game 2. We saw the flexibility from Hub. Inflame continues to just not look like a rookie support out there whatsoever. I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Inflame. Yeah. And Decoy and Lojaz, for me, were the highlights of that series. I thought that they played really solid League of Legends. Got the best of Blue Water, who will be looking for that first series win in the last chance qualifier on Friday.
I was pretty happy with the matchup that we wanted to focus on with the jungle, but Lojaz came out the better of it here between him and Munchie, and I think he deserves a lot of the praise. The guy was absolutely everywhere on both maps, it felt like, and was kind of the kickstarter to the composition in game number 2.
Easy for me to root for Lojaz. Was in a combine with him, was really looking to put in the extra effort outside the time of the combine to get better. And I think if that habit has continued behind the scenes, it sure has seemed like it has. It's a player that's improving, getting better. And we continue to see more consistent games from Lojaz, because Pantheon was the champion last split where we were like, all right, when Lojaz gets Pantheon, like Dorado can play. I like how this guy views side lanes and pressuring. I thought he played a really good Pantheon with his team. But I think the consistency that we're seeing this split, a much better understanding of how and where to take fights just with his team. I think that was kind of missing. And there is an art to getting into fights as these junglers. Like, you know, kind of where you take it on terrain. That's a discussion that oftentimes you don't think about as a player, but gets had in review as a team. And then you're like, oh, crap. Like, that, I can see that for my team. That's right. That's the kind of stuff where, you know, you go from split 1 to split 2. If you have better vision for that can really help you grow as a player and makes a really big difference in games. And really feel like we're seeing Lojaz just more consistently take better fights, which I like to see this week, because I felt like Lojaz kind of struggled in Dorado's loss to NRG last week. So, and honestly, the 2-1 against Conviction could have been a 2-0 if things went a little bit better for Lojaz in that another game in there too. So, good series from Lojaz, and exciting to see Dorado continue to play well.
True. And we'll be getting to our interview here sooner rather than later, but I do want to spend the time to talk a little bit about Blue Water. They obviously still have the transition to the last chance qualifier, which is in of itself potentially a miracle for them, but it is tough to see the team have a bit of a rough outing. I really hope they can try to turn it around and give us a little bit of that Blue Otter summer magic as we move forward. But I do have reference that we have our interview ready. So let's go ahead and kick it over here as I'm going to be taking it away, Cubby. I'll see you. I'll bid you adieu. I'll see you in just a little bit as I am joined by Adam after a 2-0 win for Dorado. I got to ask first and foremost, what was the conversation like in the draft for game number 2? Did Hub always have a pocket ADC Anivia? And why were you guys never able to get the 3 combo off with the Grand Starfall, Heroic Interest, Stamen United?
Well, for the whole Anivia thing, I don't know why Hub just really likes the champion. Like in solo queue, he's been spamming it a lot. So at some point we were like, with all the mages at MSI, we were like, yo, maybe we should give this guy Anivia. And then, I mean, yeah, looked pretty easy against Water. So yeah. And for the whole combo thing, I don't know. I think we were just kind of lost. I don't know.
You always had tools available, man. You always had tools available. So that's why I want to talk a little bit about the communication in a game like that. What is the hierarchy of calls? How did you guys communicate where you wanted to play and how you wanted to play when you have such tools like these globals and semi-globals?
Well, I think kind of like relies on our team, like our team dynamic is. I think in comms, it's mostly like me and Lojaz talking about it. I think for like specifically this game, I think Lojaz is like absolutely smurfing this game. I think he did like everything correctly. Yeah, I mean, I think this guy's Pantheon is like the best in the world, no cap. I guess pretty clean on it. And yeah, I don't know. We just listen to whatever Ben tells us. We give our information and we just the game.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about you then, Adam, because we've seen some serious growth, and we talked about on the cast and being able to see the actual growth from this team. But you individually, I feel like you've changed up your style a little bit. You've been able to play a little bit more flexible with the team, what the team needs. Do you see that growth in yourself, or are there other facets of your gameplay that you've been really happy about?
I think playstyle wise, I feel like I said in like my last interview, I think like last split I was a bit more scared to like play certain champions. But I think this split, I've definitely improved like mindset wise a lot. I think my confidence is like way higher than it was on like Pulsar or even like just on Pulsar and everything, or even on like last one on Dorado. I felt like my confidence wasn't really where it should be, and I definitely feel like the improvement like in scrims and our officials. I feel like I've been playing really well, and I think I've just been like way more open minded on like what I want to pick, what I want to play, and it's been good.
That's awesome. Well, hey, you guys are 3-1, obviously contending for the playoff spot there as well. What has this split meant to you guys? Seeing these kind of fruits of the labor, has the team been in high spirits?
Well, I think it kind of starts from like last split. I think last split we were like we kind of didn't reach our goals of like we wanted to make playoffs, and I think we kind of fell short in like certain series. But this split, like I think we're just playing with really high confidence. Like I think me and Ben have been playing really well. My ADC has been improving a lot. Top has also been like we've just all been improving a lot. And I think contending for playoffs is like obviously something like a lot of us haven't done before. But for me personally, like I don't want to just make any sale playoffs. I want to like go further than that. So I've just been focusing on taking like one step at a time and playing as well as we can as a team.
I love to hear that, man. I do want to ask a little bit more of the team focus question. This will be the last one before we get going as well. But you're going to be facing off against Ole Miss for the final series next week for you guys in the regular season. Do you have any thoughts or at least some strategies that you're wanting to employ against that team, or anything you want to say about the matchup?
I think watching at Ole Miss like games, I think they kind of play like pigs, to be honest. I think they play like really volatile. They play like pretty stupid and they just like fight everything. I think sometimes we can also play like that, and I think next series will be like pretty fun, to be honest, because I think it's kind of like two psychopathic teams a bit just like clashing against each other, and I think it'll be a really fun series. I think whoever just plays better on the day will win. But I'm really confident playing against Ole Miss. I don't really think they're like that insane of a team, but
All right, well, I'll look forward to the wacky drafts that we might get from you guys in the forward thinking. Last thing here, do you want to give any shout outs, anybody you want to talk about before I let you go?
I want to take this opportunity to thank God. I want to give a shout out to my whole team. Shout out to my jungler specifically. That guy's the best jungler in the league, no cap. And shout out to our coaches, shout out to our managers, shout out to our org, shout out to our owners, and
Shout out to you, Adam. Thank you so much for joining for the interview. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you next week in that pivotal matchup. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back Cubby, and a great interview from Adam.
I don't know if my mic's open or not for these interviews, I'll be honest, but he got a good laugh out of me talking about Ole Miss. I think that is going to be an action-packed series. Well, let's put it that way.
I think so, too.
I think so, yeah.
Should be a fun one. Again, that one will be next week. But let's go ahead and move forward with our day, as that is just the first half of the best of threes here for the finality of week number 4. Maryville University taking on Contingent here in the next one.
Contingent looking to bounce back after, I want to say they got a little bit of a welcome to the NICL moment by our finalist in Conviction, who put things together and found a pretty solid 2-0. Yeah. And that's on the flip side of Maryville also putting things together yesterday and putting their first win in the series win column, as they ended up having a successful 2-1 victory going up against CCG with Aeon coming in. So look, I think Contingent, we've seen them, they have a lot of different pools, and I appreciated how Coach Leon talked about that in the interview yesterday, trying to meld all that together. Don't feel like they were able to find that as much in game 2. And the difference between Sniper and Johnny Rockets yesterday was, I think Sniper's a lot more experienced playing those carry tops, and it ended up showing as he took his 2 solo queue champions to Johnny Rockets and got the best of them in the Ribbon, or the Aurelia and the Ribbon in games 1 and 2. So excited to see if Contingent can bounce back today against a Maryville team that I think with Niles still in the lineup, he found the win yesterday for him. Shout out to Coach Niles, but hey, still beatable over there.
And Johnny Rockets against the other brother now, so we'll see what happens.
Yes.
But anyways, Cubby, I do hear the interview is ready to go, so I'm going to send you off for the coach interview.
All right. Excited to be joined again by Coach Leon of Contingent Esports, who got to sit down and talk. And we got your camera this time. Leon, good to see you on the broadcast. It was a tough 0-2 yesterday against Conviction. What was kind of the inventory like for the team after that defeat as you guys tried to prep for today going up against Maryville?
Yeah, well, we don't talk about yesterday's series. I just told to my players, I take the L on me, like don't overthinking, don't think about it. We know like what the draft was gonna be, and obviously everyone knows sniper, so we for sure have in mind the Aurelian Riven thing. I just choose our wrong decisions in the 4-5 situation with the bans that will set up like a better comp for us and an easier game. But yeah, it's on me. I just say to my players, and don't care about, let's bounce from this and just focus on to the next. So it is what it is. It happens, you know.
It does happen, especially going up against a team like Conviction and a player like Sniper. Going up against Maryville today, what's the biggest challenge that you feel like Maryville presents you guys as a team?
They are a pretty standard team. They don't do like anything crazy in the early game, or yeah, they are pretty average. I will just say, not even like the best spot for his ADC to play like comfortably. I think that's the most important thing, but really shouldn't be a problem if we play like we know how to do things and get the style that we're comfortable on. I think should be a decent series for us.
All right. Well, Leon, I know we talked to you yesterday. I'll let you get back to the team today. Best of luck. Hope to see you guys bounce back and put your best foot forward on the Rift.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Best of luck to Leon and Contingent. Shout out to him for joining us today with a camera. As always, good to see the faces of our coaches. And I appreciate, him being like, you know what, yesterday, maybe my bad. Sniper got his chance. He beat us. We knew it was coming. That happens sometimes when you go up against good teams and good players. And like I said, I feel like Contingent got welcome to the league a little bit yesterday because going into yesterday, we felt like Conviction versus Contingent, those were the two biggest surprises that we have had so far this split, with Contingent being 2-0 and Conviction being 0-3. Contingent still has a very positive story for this split of NACL. One that I feel like could get a lot more positive with a win against Maryville today, as they sit at 2-1. Want to catch up to Dorado, who just moved to 3-1. And their last matchup is going up against the only undefeated team we have in NRG. So I think it puts a little bit more importance on the matchup going into Maryville today.
It does indeed. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these rosters, though, starting up with Maryville University. Potentially the final time we will see Niles, Captain America, at the jungle position here, as there may be obviously some returns. But this team, nonetheless, they finally put together that win. They are trying to at least uphold some of the standard they have for themselves.
And, yesterday, another fun day had to have been in the Shoria household. It was Crimson and Sniper taking the two players of the matches yesterday. Really felt like Crimson stepped up, but to see MU slow things down a bit in that game one, that felt like everyone was a little bit more comfortable with the game slowing down a little bit, with that Cassante and Skarner that were picked up on the top side. Really worked out going into a comp that I feel like struggled a little bit with tanks in that game one against CCG yesterday. And I think a lot of what we've been talking about with Maryville, because they still don't have their full lineup in, is the Scary Jerry step up now as being the longest tenured member on the team? And then can the new faces in Crimson and Aljun stepping in, and they step up and prove that they deserve to be here and can really try and carry on the pedigree that Maryville has had in NACL and Collegiate? I feel like yesterday was the first day where we started to see the best of Maryville. And I know we could even feel it in the interviews with Aljun now being in person. Everyone's there but Scary Jerry. I was like, mood's up. Things are better within the team. And we felt that in the Rift yesterday. So we'll see if that can carry into today as well. Yeah,
we definitely did. And, it's the turning of the corner, it feels like, as well. But on the other side, it is a team that I think has a little bit more gas in the tank here. Contingent has been an interesting story so far. I know there's been a lot of love, a lot of praise to Johnny Rockets in that top lane, but it's been interesting to see the transition of Daption as well and be able to have some of these moments for Contingent that potentially roughs up some of the other teams.
Yeah, and I mean, this, I think, has been fun to see Contingent rough up other teams because, again, this for me is a roster where a lot of these players have been slighted or looked down upon. Just with Asila, Kaido, Daption having the role swap, Tub being relegated, Johnny Rockets taking names on a college that his team was not as good as other college teams, and he found a way to beat him with his team anyway. So to have them step into NACL and actually start off with a 2-0 series start, I know that there are a lot of champion pools that they're going to have to meld together. Leon, kind of yesterday saying, hey, you know what? Yesterday was on me. But I think that overall, Contingent's done a really nice job of enabling some of their players to play the stuff that they're comfortable with. Daption's been our most heavily biased player towards mages, and Kaido has been playing a jungle pool that no other jungler has played within the league quite well. I mean, I know the Aatrox lost yesterday, but I feel like the angles that they're taking Aatrox or jungle Aatrox actually has been pretty decent, pretty fun.
Yeah.
And curious to see if they can find more angles into Maryville today.
But a premier matchup that we want to keep a little bit of an eye on is that top lane matchup, because it's all important to not only the styles that these two teams bring, but also with what happened yesterday. Do want to see if Johnny Rockets can kind of turn things around against the other brother, and I think it's going to be a fun one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I actually think it's kind of fun that Johnny Rockets gets to go against two brothers. I think that the exciting thing...
Two brothers.
I think the fun part about this is that Johnny Rockets is coming in as a player that loves to play carries. He's drawing Gwen bans. We've seen the Yone. And I think that what we've seen from him early on, it's clear that he can pilot the carries. But it felt like the gap yesterday between him and Sniper was rather large. And the experience of playing carries at the highest level, think of the ability to play stuff like Riven and Aurelia on the pro stage, right? I think it takes a lot of steps for players to have the confidence to figure out, how can I win a game of League at the highest level across the entire game? Where if you give up a wave or two, a good team is going to shut down your entire team because of that. Felt like yesterday we kind of saw Conviction and Sniper do that to Johnny Rockets. And now, Crimson is a little bit less experienced, but Crimson, I think, before the win yesterday for Maryville, we were pitching as he's been the most consistent and best performer for Maryville so far. And he got the player of the match yesterday. So, while Sniper is the one that has made it to LCS and has always been, I think, a little bit more hyped up and a little bit more outgoing out of the two twins, I really like what I've seen from Crimson so far this split. I think ever since he stepped into Maryville, he helped secure this team the C-Law Grand Finals against Winthrop, a team that they fell to in NACL Spring a couple weeks before the C-Law Grand Finals. Only difference between those two series is that Crimson played instead of K in the Grand Finals for C-Law, and he just started picking Denethor's champs away from him. So Denethor didn't get 5 games of his champions. They only made it to 3 because Winthrop kind of got blown out of the water. But I think Crimson stepping into the team, he earned his starting spot with that. He's really ran with it, as I really like what we've seen out of him in the Maryville colors. So, been a good look for him as he got the best of his old team in CCG yesterday. Now, going to try and join his twin brother and getting the best of Johnny Rockets and Contingent today.
It's so cool to see what a good player can do with good structure. And that's what we know that Maryville has, and that's what we've seen now from this short development time, at least for Crimson on the program. So it's exciting. Do you think they traded any tips? They're like, I'm going against Johnny Rockets tomorrow. Did you find anything that worked out? Like, do you think they communicated?
Maybe goes through a couple Sniper Aurelia VODs. Because that's all it takes to play Aurelia. Just watch a few VODs and you're good to go, right?
Yeah.
That's all you need.
They've got Viper behind them. No, probably not. But I'm just in my head canon, all right? My head canon.
I will say one of the cooler things going back, so we were waiting for this draft to get going. Me and Smacks at the time, Summer now, which that's how Summer asked to be referred to. We interviewed Viper, and Viper in that interview talked about how much he wanted to maybe role swap to play AD carry to play with his brothers, or how much he would love to coach to play his brothers.
And then he
subbed
swap.
in. Yeah, he subbed in multiple times with Sniper to play as 2 of them.
Yeah.
And it was. I always kind of hold on to that memory just because that's kind of the big brother looking at the 2 young ones being like, man, I hope they can do what I do. And I don't know what they feed him over there. But I will say when it comes to League, it takes more than just your mind to be good at this game. That's part of why I talk so much about the difference about being in person and being remote is just having like the casual conversation over food, like, hey, I saw this, or like, hey, I want to try this, or just having fun talking about the game. You cannot learn this game on your own. It's always going to be experience diff, especially with role lock. I think that the best LCS players throughout history have been the ones that play different roles than Solo Queue, by the way, especially shot caller wise. Like, shout out to High and Inspired, who are kind of notorious for that, thinking of the past and the present. But you need to grind out this game with a group and do it together. And it is kind of fun that they've been able to do it within the household. And now, of course, with Crimson and the Marigold household, we're going to try and do that with this team.
Yeah, I think looking at the game a little bit more, it's going to be interesting. I don't know if it's going to have the most immediate impact, that top lane matchup, but it'll be cool to kind of keep an eye on for sure. If we are looking at immediate impact, I mean, obviously jungle is what rules the meta right now, it feels like, but I'm actually looking at this mid lane a little bit more and seeing what kind of impact they both can have. Obviously, as you were saying, finally getting to see Aljun in person with the Maryville team, but as well as continuing to see what Asila can bring us.
Yeah, I feel like Asila has been, for me, still one of the mid laners that I don't expect to be the strongest in the league, but has shown some decent moments. And I just think that what happened with Asila, obviously, with the C-Law run, like, kind of weird, just seeing him get pushed out of the lineup, and then I'm not sure if he's attending Ole Miss or not moving forward, but again, part of, I think, the identity of this contingent team, where I look at them and view them as a lot of players who have been slighted in the past. And to have Asila now go up against another collegiate mid, where going from Grandview to MU over for Aljun, I think I messed that one up. Maybe. But kind of fun to see if Asila on a different team and now Aljun on a different team, this collegiate C-Law matchup that we've seen in the mid lane, so you can get the best of the other. Because I really feel like Aljun stepped up yesterday as a part of the MU win.
And you can see a little bit of differing champ pools. Obviously, we've seen Asila play the lock. I don't think the Scion was on there, but I know that would be kind of wild if he was playing Scion mid. But anyways, we're getting into draft.
Northwest.
As Maryville University, they're going to have that first pick, so counter pick will go to contingent. We already see the couple likely bans coming through as well, with Galio, Pantheon, the Syndra, the Ziggs ban again, and the Lucian Nocturne ban. First pick for MU will be the Orianna.
See if we get a Victor response with Syndra off the board, as Nefiri going to remain a power pick in the NACL, as Victor comes in for the response. That is a Victor that we have to mention can be played by Daption. And honestly, we kind of expect to be played by Daption within this team.
I can appreciate it. And, I mean, I guess it still gives you some flexibility, even though we feel like we know where it's going to go. But it's still nice to be able to play around that in some regard. And now we'll see what Maryville want to go ahead and go with. Scary Jerry is going to get a bit of a safer pick in the bot lane with the Ezreal.
Ezreal denied for the first series, makes it through in our second. I think it's a pick that, for Scary Jerry, enables some of the aggression that we've seen that he always will like to lean towards. So, no, it's ended up being an Ezreal win the other day. See if that continues. It's now paired up with that Leona that keeps on climbing up in priority, Mazel.
Dude, it's so good.
Been kind of amazed at the return of Leona in a way. I do think that she interacts well with a lot of the immobile mages that are being picked up, that are being played both mid and bot. And she can kind of dissuade stuff like Camille coming out, but you're asking to get Shend, which I think we're going to see. Yeah, there's the Shen.
Yeah.
So Shen picked up, going to be the champ for Tub. We'll see if that Victor is mid or bot. Again, just given the team for contingent, we kind of expect this one to be bot for Daption, as Daption, it's been a Victor play for both Asila and Daption. So, again, can be flexible, but Jungler is taken away as not showing for MU. Chance to remove a couple of the ball carriers that they don't want to face. So we'll see if Wukong is taken away next.
Very true. We do also get the Ambessa taken away by Maryville University. So trying to whittle down some of the top lane matchup, as Contingent will obviously still have that counter pick to use through. The Shen still can be pretty flexible, obviously probably into that bot lane like we're leaning to, but still has the flexibility. That's what you always got to be careful of in the current drafts. But in the final bans for both teams, at least in the first game, it's interesting to see where they want to focus. It's more jungle for Contingent as the Lee Sin gets taken away from Niles.
I was gonna tease the Lee Sin, as this has been a champ that has been denied from Niles a lot. Niles has always played Lee Sin throughout the year. And while Niles is the coach of this team, yes, it's the same Niles that played in the LCS. If anyone's sitting at home asking if that's the case or not. Full swap to jungle for this. Did hit top 200 on the ladder. Niles was and still is a very skilled gamer. As definitely one of the coaches that can step in and actually play at a high level. Yeah, he hasn't been the best player in any of the lobbies, but I don't think he's been the worst in all of them. So we'll see if Niles can continue to try and be as effective as possible to help his team get a second win. As I know he shouted out
to that guy, man.
Yeah, he shouted out the family at home for being okay with him playing solo queue. He's like, I got to play for my team.
Shout out to him, the program that him and the rest of the MU squad have built there. It just felt like when we were watching him play his last couple of years, we all knew that this was where it was going to go. And to see so much success come through, it's been really awesome. But I know this is really biased, and I'm sorry to say it. Personally, I'm so excited I get to cast him again, because I still remember some extremely fond casts I got to cast during his actual playing career before he got promoted to the LCS. It's so cool to be back in this kind of position, and I know he's in a very different role, but excited nonetheless. As we do see the Silas locked in for Contingent, very strong to this combo, and especially now that the Rumble got locked in, you'd love to steal that away.
Yeah, I don't love the Silas here, actually. I'm kind of curious to see if it ends up being a Silas bot. I don't think so, but I think you get kind of toasted by Rumble that's now locked in. And the matchup in the Orianna itself, I'm not a giant fan of. I feel like Orianna, if Silas gets on top of you, you can dissonance at your feet, utilize that to try and dodge out on the abscond abduct. So that I know we've seen one Silas bot in the region. I'm just kind of, we're staying wary, because we'll see if we see a second Silas bot within the region, just knowing that Daption plays a lot of the mages. I do think it's Silas mid, but Cassante to round things out into the Rumble. We'll give a way for Johnny Rockets to try and play out a Skarner as well, as Niles does return to the suit and tie, the shirt and tie for the day.
For the potential last series, do you think he still play? How long after this do you think he still plays solo queue?
I would think
he's
it away
addicted
for a while
again
if I'm him. Now, the fact that in an interview he's like, "Thank you to my wife and child for putting up with me playing solo queue," I think he might put it away for a little bit. But,
yeah.
You know what? The game's been in a good spot. I've been enjoying playing a little bit of late. I've had fun with mid lane. I'm not as good of a player as I used to be, and I have grown to accept that. Especially now that I have an account that is properly ranked, so that if I would like to play with a beverage at my side, I can.
Jesus. Well, let's focus.
It's a handicap. I play like Diamond 2+. It's a big handicap. It's appropriately ranked. It's appropriately ranked.
But getting into the series, it's the final series of week number 4. It's not the final series for both these two teams. Still a lot to be decided in their run for playoffs. Maryville University, coming off the back of their first series win, could use that as a little bit of momentum. Meanwhile, Contingent trying to bounce back into it after a 2-0 loss to Conviction just yesterday, or at least this week. And for me, it's about the compositions that we've gotten here. Very meta dependent, very stalwart, it feels like, for Maryville University. A lot of individual plays needed from Contingent, it feels like.
I prefer MU's comp. I think it's a very heavy melee composition. You got to get on top of Rumble, Orianna, Ezreal. I don't think that's the easiest thing to get through a Skarner or Leona 4. So I find MU's composition to be a little bit more balanced. I think Leona and Skarner get really high value into the amount of melees we have here. Honestly, my eyes go on to Silas. I feel like Silas could be a nice X factor this game. Stealing away Skarner ult, Leona ult, decently valuable. And I think two things that could be extra pieces that a Silas could try and use to help ensure that his death ball works. Because this is going to be 4 melees dog pounding. on top of Maryville, with Daption trying to, give some supporting fire from the backline.
It's important to note how these team compositions work, but I will say a lot of wonderful ultimates to be able to steal away. I feel like everyone is almost useful, but game number 1 of our last series of week number 4 is kicking off. Maryville University versus Contingent. A lot on the line for both teams as they push for the playoffs. And here we go for game number 1.
All right. Let's dive on in series number 2. Maryville looking to have a 2-0 week. And Crimson looking to get the best of Johnny Rockets, just like his twin brother did yesterday. Meanwhile, Johnny Rockets looking for a bounce back. I feel like Sniper really proved that the carries that he was able to play just was at a higher level than what Johnny Rockets pulled out yesterday. I'd like to see him bounce back, because I think that the 2 series wins we've seen from Contingent, it has been good team efforts, but it has been the flare picks of Kaido and Johnny Rockets that I feel like have really helped Contingent look at their best.
That's been a really cool aspect of it, as well as we're going to see the 2v2 kickoff. Again, we were talking in the draft about the Leona into the Shen, because you were like, you just pick Leona and then you just get Shen'd. So really curious to see how often and how early these two guys want to get out onto the map and get involved, because you obviously have the Stand United that can always have that map impact once level 6 comes along, as level 2 does come first for Maryville University.
Yeah, no surprise there, as Shen wants 3 levels before you can start kind of messing around. And even then, Leona just wins these early trades. Very high impact support. And one that I think is going to look to get involved in the mid lane here, as Asylum tries his best to take a decent trade. But I would like to see Rome's mid this game. I think Silas needs help. Silas needs support. Again, in isolation, this is a matchup that should go the way of Orianna. But if you are able to dogpile, get sums out of the Orianna, and try and snowball through mid, definitely something I feel like Contingent can do with the Nefiri and the Shen.
And we are going to get to the culmination of the jungle clears. They are going opposite sides, with Niles heading down towards bot side, with Kaido going up towards top. Could just go for the scuttles, could see a little bit of early shenanigans, but I feel like both sides just kind of want to farm it up until that level 6 mark, get that safety net going for themselves.
I think especially Nefiri wants that, as I know Cyclo Sword kind of changed Nefiri's power spike, but feel like the 1 and 2 item completions on Nefiri really big, as taking a look at Orianna. Definitely gotten through NACL a little bit more often this split, and I think the pick's been relatively successful. It's been more successful in other regions, but I do feel like this is a champion that requires coordination. And the coordination of our Tier 2 teams not always as good as our Tier 1 teams, where Orianna is the highest of priority champions globally.
And it's so curious not to see the win rate kind of match the presence prio that the champion has, but still a lot of setup for the team around her, and want to see if that's going to be of use to Maryville University here. But we're going to be getting a little bit closer to our first Dragon. I know our first series didn't necessarily focus on it all that much, as a heated up Crimson looking to solo kill Johnny Rockets, and wonder if that prio on the Dragon is going to be upped at all in this series, but especially this game number 1.
I'd say Kaido bias for the Dragon, as going to try and find Scary Jerry. Should be a pretty positive trade here. Might get the flash out.
Oh, he's just going to die here as well. The flash finally comes through. Thought maybe it was enough. The laser beam from afar. Daption gets the kill in the 2v1.
I saw him looking for it, as it looked like he S-clicked. And the flash laser, that was well played. It wasn't at the start of the laser, so it wasn't pixel perfect. But Scary Jerry, no arcane shift to get out of that one. Big wave pushed in and lost for the marksman of Maryville, and a good start for Contingent on the bot side.
And that's something you can truly build off of as well, because now, I mean, Scary Jerry's just going to want to play safe as possible. And Fortunately, Victor, I feel like, has the better of it in that matchup specifically. We do end up seeing Niles thinking about going for the dragon, but just uses it as a walkway through to his Krugs and going for the re-clear now. So Maryville University playing it very easy, playing it very safe, and we'll see the redeploy come through from the other side with Kaido.
Yeah, good mechanics from Daption. Again, lower left, you just kind of see him like clicking back and forth around the tower aggro, then the flash laser. Well played by him and Tub. Make sure they did end up picking up that 2v1 kill. So gonna be a little bit of more strength for Contingent on that bot side early on, whereas the 3v3 we're asking for mid, MU gonna be the ones that find it first.
They find the stun combo. Massive damage there coming through, though. Asila almost gets the kill on Niles. A nice flash gets him out. They weren't able to secure the kill there anyways. And so all of that dust up for no kills, but some serious flashes burn.
Taking Niles away. That's going to feel good. Meanwhile, looks like Johnny Rockets did burn flash on the top side. There's an equalizer that's down from Crimson. So trade of spells up top, as Obstinata is still hovering mid to get Aojun out of there, and we'll be MU just kind of accepting the fact that that 3v3, it wasn't as hard winning as they were hoping for, but it was a positive for sure, as Asila now needs the help of his own support to make sure that he can get a reset that's acceptable.
Now we get this move, the death ball, if you will, of Contingent, moving up towards some vision in the top side with Kaido going for the invade, so he's able to steal away a little bit of the resources from Maryville University. I do wonder if they're going to be able to get something back, as you do see Niles going for his own invade. Gotta say, though, Kaido a bit quicker on it. Might be able to get a little bit more, but the team move now coming over from Contingent and from Maryville into Contingent's blue side. They might just have the damage here, but they don't want to commit. They realize they don't. They go with the flash. Obstinatus trying to get the kill there, but he can't do it. Niles committed to the blue, and maybe that ends up bringing it back as the Impale comes through, and Aljun is here. The double Impale right back from Asila. He's getting low, and he's going down. Niles gets the kill, but Reset City is all for the taking from Kaido as he comes in, finds one, and looks for two. A beautiful true shot barrage from across. It's blood all over the place, Cubby. And Aljun might just go down a tub. He's not going to. Everything going to chaos in game number 1.
Yeah, when I saw Daption get low initially, I actually looked to see if Scary Jerry had his ult. He did not. He was still level 5, but able to get 6, able to pick that one up. As Tub gives the love tap to Aljun. Actually, pretty nice stop on the base there, as he's definitely pressured to stick around, clear this one out. But you're right, Mazel. Blood everywhere. Niles looked for the invade. I thought he played his way out of it okay, but more members from Contingent, the difference maker for that fight, going their way.
Insane stuff, and it leads the game to just being dead even, but with a lot of blood, which I'm all about. We still have the dragon up, still have grubs up, still have more potential fights on the horizon. It does look like Contingent want to be the first ones to go to the grubs.
I mean, the consequence of that last play, this mid wave sucks. Aojun just pretty much loses a wave because didn't have the resources to push this one in. And Asila, I think, doing a very good job of holding this one. Just to, again, deny Orianna full wave. So this means that Silas has the lead in the mid lane. Because gold's irrelevant. For me, it's about the XP. And if you can throw some resources into this lane for a Syla, I think this is where you can really get the Neferi dogpile going with that Sylas. So, curious if that's the next play for Contingent. That said, Aljun would have Flash up. Flash is down on Niles and Obstinatus, with Obstinatus is taking the longest to get back off cooldown. So, you know, not the ideal target usually, but might be a freebie.
And that's something to think about, the longevity of this game, at least, and something that we were talking a little bit about in the draft is some of the kind of scaling pieces or the strategies that these teams want to employ. And again, I still do really like Maryville's composition when they're all grouped together, when they all have about an item, maybe even 2 items in. They have a lot of options in a 5-on-5.
Again, kind of pitch this as more of the stock standard comp, whereas Contingent going to be piling in. And again, I think piling into Skarner, piling into Orianna, Ezreal, Leona, Rumble, like that sounds dangerous to me if you aren't able to play with a lead. So interested to see if Contingent can utilize the grubs they picked up to maybe find a lead. I don't think this is a comp that's going to... They're going to want to look to overload more so than look to kind of leave members around and play 3 lanes. So wondering if we see kind of what we saw in one of the games last game, Mazel, where we did see Dorado really heavily overload with the grubs to take a tier 2. I think that's a play that might be in the future for Contingent. But Niles...
Ooh, double TPs coming in. The Avenger beams have popped up, and Scary Jerry looking to pop onto the jungler here. Kaido goes down. Niles is the one that finds the kill, and now Niles is getting all outed here by Johnny Rockets. He's just trying to get away, gets the flash out, beautifully done. Wall slam 2, and Maryville University, they collapse on the Contingent, and it is just looking like a bit of an implosion at the moment. That's an early lead for Maryville University, although they won't look to get the dragon. Not enough resources left.
Niles was low. Niles was low, but I really like the Skarner I'm seeing out of Niles. Niles is a good player. I think that his LCS time, they tried to force a role on him that he wasn't playing, as we have the precision play from Philips Norelco OneBlade from the previous replay. It is going to be that true shot barrage that did find Daption. Trying to stick around for the kill. So well played, Scary Jerry. But again, this replay, I thought Niles played this fight really well. The initial engage, he's doing a good job of chaining the lockups that you can do on Skarner. Like these E into Rs or the auto you can weave in sometimes like before you throw out a rock. It's just very clear that Niles mechanically has put time to this champion as it's been his new first pick this week. And I think it's been really helping Maryville just provide some stability for the team and these new carries, this Tub. Unfortunate last-second window, still able to get the recall off. Obstinatus lives, as Scary Jerry will have to head for the hills. Daption's low, but pressure is pro-contingent on this side of the map, as it's enough for them to actually pull this dragon.
And Niles comes back out. I don't know. It's looking a little bit iffy now. Daption very low as well. Scary Jerry's just trying to farm up some of his cooldowns here, try to heal up a little bit. The Istal's impact into the Impale, and the nice damage coming down, but Tubb is able to get out for now. Kaido tries to go ham onto Scary Jerry, but a beautiful combo, and that's why we value the Leona. It's not going to get the kill, but it forces Kaido out, and the Dragon will now be in possession, potentially, of Maryville University if they want to go for it.
The difference maker of that fight was Jerry perfectly timed his arcane shift, and the dive continues.
Unfortunate for Tubb, not reading that one was coming as Aljun finds it. Now Asila is trying to fight out for Daption. Daption just trying to buy time here, but he's got Scary Jerry closing in on him as well. Asila goes down. Aljun goes on a killing spree. Go ahead and give him a double kill.
And stiff for the Saints as they went out on the extended play. Action continues on the top side. Crimson's going to try and escape from this, see if Johnny Rockets can hit Q3. Guess it's the sidestep. Good juke, though.
Okay.
Good yeah.
Good moves. Good sidesteps. Good moves.
He's mixing it up. He did it. He didn't sidestep the one, then he sidestepped the one, didn't sidestep the other. You know. Got the best of Johnny Rockets there, but Maryville playing really good in that bot side jungle, and my eyes keep on going towards Niles on this card. I really like how Niles has played this Skarner. This is a champion whose kit is so overloaded. I just think it needs to be played. It's an AoE suppress. You get the cheat terrain, and you're just a beastly tank that has percent HP damage.
It's pretty nasty.
He's got a very good kit. He does.
We do end up seeing that dragon going over to contingent in the end of things, though. So even after all the fighting happening, and Solar Flare gets used, and perfect Zenith Blade into the True Shot Barrage, and unfortunately, Daption could not do anything. He just goes down to Scary Jerry, who now goes up to over 1,000 gold in the lead over his counterpart.
Mate got Leona as
that was beautiful stepping.
It was kind of funny. We saw Tomo run Cleanse bot instead of TP. Playing into a Leona. I think this is a game where you don't really want to run Cleanse because you're going up against a Skarner. And, you know, the Cleanse is only good against Leona, but hey, would have gotten him out of that one. It was nice to see Tomo. It was nice to see Tomo actually rock that for a game. I think that's something that needs to be explored a little bit. As our ADs have been exploring more Exhaust, which I
love it. I started taking it in my solo queue games. I'm nowhere near as good as it, but it feels so awesome.
No, it's so awesome. When you pop Exhaust, you just win the trade. And ADs are not taking Cleanse, so it helps too.
Oh, beautiful setup from Asila, and he gets the Impale. Unfortunately for Niles, he will just be CC'd to death. The Stand United plus the TP coming in. That's big stuff.
I don't think they expected Johnny Rockets to be there, and play probably should have been called off, but it wasn't.
Solar Flare, but immediately after the Solar Flare is used, Obstinatus wants that one right back as he needed to try to defend on the Scary Jerry. Does hit the True Shot Barrage across. We're just getting a little bit of action here in the mid lane.
Again, Jerry should be fine to clean up the rest of this wave. He is the Ezreal, after all. So, I just feel like the gold lead that MU has is the type of lead that Contingent needs to play this game. And not having this lead on a very meaty front line that is going to have to throw themselves into MU, it's going to be tough. And Aljun's quite big already on this Orianna. And Scary Jerry is also quite big already on this Ezreal. So, I don't want to say that Contingent missed their window on what they need to win this game, but I do think that they are playing from a lot further behind than a 3.5k gold deficit, just given how the two comps are going to interact. Because I really worry for them to be able to be beefy enough to have a fight where they can win. And again, this like just playing all these melees into Skarner and Leona, Rumble feels so bad. It's a tough one.
We haven't even seen Maryville like fully group up yet and use all the pieces together, which is the most terrifying part of it. And Contingent have been able to stack the dragons, but we are going to get a full tussle over this Rift Herald. It does go over to Niles. He wants to get the eye, but he has to be very careful. He's getting surrounded now. Johnny Rockets coming around the corner. Oh, Shockwave goes a little bit wide. Maryville starting to scatter to the wind here, but they're going to turn flank. They got a True Shot Barrage on the 4 members there, and now they're front to back, and Niles potentially the first target. He's going to go down.
Okay.
Get the reset over to Kaido. There's a nice knockback from Johnny Rockets, but they need to be careful. A lot of poke coming in, and Crimson decides to light on the fire. They're going full in, though. They take down Crimson. I don't know if they can hold it, though. The health bar's getting low. Aljun, Scary Jerry, they're firing away, and it might just be fish in a barrel. Scary Jerry, look at Arcane Ship. Goes for the flash, tries to get Demption down. Tub and Kaido on the exit strategy. The big Zenith Blade from the top, and Obstinatus tries to lock him down. They can't get the kills. Scary Jerry looking under turret now. He doesn't have the True Shot Barrage. He doesn't really have much. Looks for the Mystic Shot, gets one, goes on a rampage. Ooh, almost finds Demption. Now Scary Jerry all by himself, but he's got to deal with the dogs. The dogs are blocking all the Mystic Shots, and he just goes down to Demption.
I don't know if Jerry gets out in the end there. I was just trying to find one more. Not able to find it as another bloody fight. And you know what? That opener for Contingent was good. The health bars were big enough for them to have a start of the fight that was good enough to be ahead. But we did see the carries as the fight went on. They kind of caught up to the rest of the fight. And while Crimson went a little bit deep in the replay, I think the big positives here are that Crimson's equalizer was just okay. Like, this wasn't fantastic. Ideally, he'd want it angled in the banana brush. And after the early fight, I mean, you can see Contingent decent on the health bars, but just over time, the Rumble chipping away at everyone that has pretty high HP on Contingent feels good. And Scary Jerry, it's really tough to pressure Ezreal in the backline with this comp. Was able to kind of step forward and turn this fight around as Jerry hit a nice pot shot here under Tub. A little bit unlucky from Tub.
Gotta say, though, I feel like the fight's very different if that initial Leona delivery of the Shockwave hits any... Very interesting stuff there. As apparently we saw the dragon go down. If that wasn't a replay, this is live.
Record scratch, back to live. Dragon said half.
I think that's just gone.
Yeah,
so the stacking not going to be there.
4K gold lead for MU again, just where they're at right now. I think very good, and want to see if Niles can continue to hold this front line as the Skarner. I do think that he has to balance out a lot of threats, and right now, I would prioritize just keeping the Fury out. I don't think Sylas is big enough to be a threat this game, as Aljun got some early kills that were not all his in the mid lane, and Sylas kind of had to deal with the lead and has fallen behind a bit in terms of pace and CS in this game. As Aljun has been the big benefactor so far from the early action to MU, and going for a pretty heavy ability haste build on this Orianna with the Cosmic Drive second. That's unique. Been mostly seeing that item on Syndra to get more scatters. And also scales well with Syndra's kit because you want to get combos to stack up the shards. extra move speed from Cosmic Drive, and the ability haze can definitely help with that at times. But curious to see it on the Orianna here. I don't think it's necessarily bad, just not used to it, and Algion with a big lead. He's going to have to continue to protect that shutdown.
He doesn't like change.
Biased towards Death Cap, you know. I was very... there's a very old Dopa quote, or Apto quote. Hold on. Silo at least gets out of this. But again, you can kind of see like why, at least I don't like Orianna, or Silas and Orianna, because the dissonance gets a lot of value.
Oh, Xenoblade connects. Doesn't end up getting out with the call of the pack. And, I was going to say, it might have been off a little bit more here if he can. Does have the surrounding team coming away, but the vision for Maryville is so strong, you can see it coming from a mile away.
Apto Dopa point, he always preferred AP over ability base.
Jerry!
Wow.
Solo Bolo on adaption as redemption comes for the Maryville University bot later, and he's going to true shot barrage across to try to help take down Tub. Tub very low, but not going to go down. That might be the 5th time we've seen him get out like that this game. But Scary Jerry's still here, still trying to take down this outer turret for Contingent. Do they defend it? So they're going to try to, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Niles goes for the auto attack onto it. Crimson comes over now with the equalizer from a distance, and Johnny Rockets is just burning alive. He does use the all-out to get away.
Stand United.
Now Stand United coming in. Tub finally back at full health, but not much they can do about this fight.
Algion's been just wrecking top lane too while this is going on, so well played by MU. As Scary Jerry able to stick around, this will be very impactful in the fight, as, again, Ezreal pretty tough to reach in the backline, and has opted for the Omnivamp boots on the Ezreal, so doesn't get the mid upgrade, but still can be a positive. But yeah, Apto had the old theory of it's better to have abilities that hit big rather than have multiple abilities, because hitting big mattered more to him. So sometimes I'm still biased towards that.
I see.
How this has interacted with the Silas with the Cosmic Drive, it's been quite nice from Algion.
Yeah, 5-0, not too
good.
bad. About a 3,000 gold advantage as well individually. You got Scary Jerry also down there, almost about 3,000. And more importantly, 3 items coming up for both of these guys here very, very soon. And potentially more fighting going on to Johnny Rockets as he has found Niles. Niles has found him, and Scary Jerry might just finish the job. He doesn't go down the double impale. He gets him at the tip of the finger. What a play from Coach Niles. And Maryville University continue to mount this lead.
You know, I had you ask about the Anivia for Hub in the last interview, which I noticed that you asked that immediately, Mazel. I appreciate that.
Got you.
Shows some TLC between us two. But if Niles was playing more permanently, I might have you ask about the Skarner too. But it's clear, I think he's found a new favorite here. One that works for himself, works for the team, and he's playing it well. The Skarner mechanics are good. It's been kind of fun to watch.
It has been, as Scary Jerry needs to be a little careful. Those dogs, they do bite. There's the Shadow Dash coming through from Tub, but now he's gone a little bit overextended. TP's coming in. Both teams saying this is where we fight. The enemy impale is not enough. I don't think they can do it with the equalizer coming down, splitting the fight. They're going to heal back up, though. They missed a couple of the combos from Maryville University, but look at this. Aljun just comes back into the fight. Johnny Rockets back to full health, jumping onto Scary Jerry.
Oh, nice.
Scary Jerry going down. Multiple shutdowns ringing out for Contingent as they're going to try to take down Niles too. If Aljun goes down, that's so much gold. They were up so far, and Aljun, he's going to dodge out for now. He has good damage. Johnny Rockets needs to respect it. Dragon will be the focus for Contingent now.
They're going to get it. MU still in the death chamber. MU just stayed on the map too long. Props to Contingent for helping keep them there. I think that the Stand United that came in from Tub was pretty big and at least convincing MU that was a fight to take. And while the equalizer was big for splitting the fight, I think that's one where you have to recognize as MU, we're on the map a little bit too long. Use the equalizer to split the fight, try and reset, take inventory. Instead, Obstinatus, Crimson, they both flash forward. They try and find the big fight win. Ends up being a big overextension of the Contingent, who pick up a couple K gold, pick up the Dragon, and at least take steps forward and trying to make this a closer game. I still really favor MU's comp as this game goes on, so I would give Maryville a 75% chance plus to win this one. But Contingent, keeping it feisty.
Gotta keep you on your toes. That's what that's what they're doing. Been really appreciative of how Maryville have taken some of these fights and kind of their willingness to back off of them and kind of reset the tempo of the fight, especially with Scary Jerry. As I speak about him now, Has to arcane shift away from the gravity field. Had Johnny Rockets coming up the wave as well. There is a backing Kaido in that bush, and he sees Scary Jerry. He's going to get the Stand United onto him, too. We got to get to the fight as they take down Scary Jerry. Really nicely done. Kaido was going to back. He had already started it in the bush, but then Scary Jerry just walked up to him, so you had to pull the trigger. Now Tub trying to get away. Shadow Dash over, but Johnny Rockets goes back over there as soon as they escape. He's going to all out, back out, but he's not going to get out this time. He does use the dash, but he's going to lead them away from his team. As it's going to be Contingent trying to get away from a pool of a play they tried to attempt.
I think that was Johnny Rockets accepting that that was his fate. I actually liked the equalizer there again from Crimson. Tried to fire it onto the back line, kind of zone them out. Did a lot of damage. As MU, we've seen if they get clean setups. It should be MU favored game and fight with the last couple setups. Overextension into the last team fight. Scary Jerry walking in the fog, or a place that he can't walk in. It's been bits and pieces that Contingent have been able to pick up to keep this game close. I mean, the gold lead hasn't grown the last few sequences, few sets of minutes. So props to Contingent for fighting back. Good angle for Kaido, who has the biggest lead on his team and is going to have to continue to make these finds, which is very difficult when Skarner and Leona end up grouped up. So I'd like to see MU group a hair more.
Just keep the group together. Clump, if you will. We're on 3.5 items now for Scary Jerry, by the way. It's pretty scary. Pretty scary, and it might be a little Jerry.
It is a lower damage game. I do appreciate that Jerry is actually going for double Omnivamp. I think that this is a game where you can get away with it. Likely going to be Sereldas or Pen coming in next, so see if Jerry can continue to step up at the right times.
You see Maryville kind of getting semi-surrounded here. Kaido does pull back the veil, though, and shows himself. He'll get much there. Now he's in threat of getting taken down. Has to use the call to pack. Will be okay for now. You do have to look at that bot lane, though. A little bit of pressure going Johnny Rockets' way. Dragon's still not up for a while, so this is all just preventative. As we do see Scary Jerry jumped on by Kaido. Knows that he's left alone. Stand United comes through. Solar Flare not enough to save the day. Maryville University get caught looking as now they're getting chased down. That's going to be the equalizer. Oh my God, Johnny Rockets, you just got burned alive, bro. As Daption does end up finding the return kill and avenging his top laner. And we're going to continue seeing fights, but a beautiful call at the pack from Kaido. And I think Maryville just got caught with their hand in the cookie jar there. There's a couple big bodies down and a massive momentum swing for Contingent.
Oh, the crab take saved Kaido there, as I think the torch would have burned him. Aojun's going to try and do as much damage as possible as they make their way towards the Baron. Could be a start. I mean, there's no smite. I do think that Aojun is enough. So I don't feel like this should be a Baron start. Would love to see Aojun clear this wave and then TP back to at least push Contingent off the Baron and try and be strong for the Dragon. As good dissonance at his feet helps him get out of that one. And Maryville will survive. But again, the group, I think Jerry and Obstinatus should probably be a little bit more attached at the hip. Because if the Leona or the Skarner, and I'm more okay with Niles being up, hence why Obstinatus and Jerry are more attached to the hip, Leona and Skarner are the ones that are going to keep Nefiri from getting on top of the Ezreal. And that was a fight where, given where Jerry walked and given how MU walked, there was the angle where Nefiri was able to get on top of the Ezreal. And I think that if MU has better formations going into these fights, they can make sure that that's not the case moving forward.
See if they can right that wrong quickly, because it's been a couple fights now. Scary Jerry getting caught out by Kaido. That's exactly what you want as the Nefiri, who's starting to garner a little bit of attention now with an almost 3,000 gold lead over his opposing jungler. Some more sporadic fights, and Scary Jerry just getting caught again, but this time it is turned right back tenfold. And Scary Jerry survives, and now they're bursting onto this combo from Contingent. Obstinatus going a little bit too far. Nice flash out there to make sure he can survive. Both him and Johnny Rockets do burn it. Dragon still available for both sides. Maryville University going to move over.
They're going to TP back this one. I don't know if Contingent can get in. Johnny Rockets
coming in. Tub
Do it.
goes in early here, but he's just going to get burned by Crimson. Now the Dragon is the focus. The Dragon goes over to Contingent. Now there are 3 Dragons in, and they might just get some resets. Beautiful 3-man impale, but the Equalizer returning from Contingent is going to be enough damage back. Niles goes down. The lockdown is gone. Scary Jerry was in the middle of a fight. He just went melee range against Contingent, and he might just die for it. He's burning. He's burning. He's going down, and Kaido looking to finish the job here. Maryville University falling apart. What once was such a high, what once was almost 6,000 gold has been reduced to ash.
And that's a fight where I just feel like Jerry played too fast, too far up. That E-in just put him under so much threat against the Contingent comp. The Victor Nefiri damage was enough to get through the Ezreal. And again, Maryville, like we talked about, Skarner, Leona, these formations holding the line. It's a range advantage for Orianna and Ezreal. I think that Jerry being a little bit too far off, but a couple times getting taken off the board. It did enable to look for the first death for Aljun, able to find him finally in a fight. Good for Contingent, but the formation for Maryville hasn't been disciplined enough in a game where we really feel like if they maintain that formation, they should be the team that had the advantage and has the advantage as the game goes on, but that's not been the case.
It has not been in 2 fights in a row now. Contingent have been able to find it off the back of a massive reset from Kaido, but here goes that fight.
I appreciate this replay being very early because Kaido wins the flip, and then the back half of this, like this looks okay right now for Maryville. And like the E-in from Jerry ends up getting Q3'd by Johnny Rockets. I think that hurt, but I just think that's way too aggressive of an E. You can play in the choke and behind the walls as Ezreal at 1k range and be good. Yeah, it's okay. And if you E-in, it's got to be a little bit later in the fight than that when there may be less threats for you. It's not the case for Scary Jerry. And it's going to be Contingent taking the gold lead here with this tower take.
And I got to say, a massive enemy equalizer there.
Yes.
From Asila. Absolutely game-changing in that moment. And that's something we'll have to look back on in the future. Crimson almost going down. Kaido's feeling himself now at 4 items on the Nefiri.
Crimson doesn't quite have the Zanyas yet. We'll be, I assume, picking up this base.
Whoa, mid lane play. Stand United, though. You know they always have numbers. Here comes the Shadow Dash. 3-man impale, but they just don't have the damage. He can't get the Mystic shots through the tanks, and so they cannot finish the job. Niles just sets up his team, and that looks like a 9-man sleep situation there. And that's Scary Jerry just trying to get the damage down, but Contingent taking fights yet again. I think Dabshin dies here, and that's a really nice equalizer kill there by him, but that's going to be the setup on bot lane now as Shockwave used instantaneously. Kaido tanking some turret shots. True Shot Barrage barely doesn't hit him as TP coming in. The carousel keeps turning. Crimson looking for the overheat. Oh my god! Kaido just escaped. I think Sila's dead to rights, but I cannot believe Kaido just made it out through that hex gate. That is insane timing. Crimson, you can tell, is very angry, and they even take the Gromp on the exit. Kaido is just moving.
Was able to escape. I do want to give kudos to Tub on that 3-man impale from Niles. Was able to get the W down, so that the Jerry's damage was null. The fact they had that auto attack field there. As, might get Zanya's out of Crimson.
Kaido stuck around, and now he might find the fruits. As that is the Solar Flare also used by Obstinata, is trying to go for the long-range burn. I don't think it's going to be enough this time around. True Shot Barrage isn't going to connect either. Back comes through, and that's crazy.
I think Equalizer's up in time for Drake, because Drake's in a minute, and this is Hextech Soul for Contingent. And I know it's been a big lead for Maryville throughout this game, but if gold aside, if Soul's secured here by Contingent, that is a massive boon. One that, I mean, I think their comp doesn't do the best at applying Hextech Soul this game, outside of Victor, but it does make the Nefiri Q2s much easier to hit, and that is your big chunk of damage when you're looking for these formations. And Kaido, this guy's got a 4.5k gold lead now. Coming into this last dragon individually. He's almost full build. He's almost full build.
I mean, he's got like 120 CS over him as now Maryville, they're going to circle their lines here, but they have
There's
a flank. Kaido finds Scary Jerry. They have to protect him. Kaido realizes he can't go full ham. Crimson goes
Jerry.
golden. Aljun is there. 3-man shockwave, but it's not enough. Scary Jerry's in the midst of 3. He's going down. Niles finds the Assault's impact, but I think it's a little bit too little, too late. Aljun flashing over. Kaido wanted to chase, but can't do it. That's going to be Soul for Contingent, and the momentum is flipped. For the first time, it feels like in 35 minutes, Contingent have a lead.
It was the Dragon Steel into taking the Baron that really got them back into the game. This is the one that's going to get them a solid lead. They're going to try and keep Niles out to guarantee that this soul's theirs. Tub.
Kaido's playing over the wall here. They've got to be a little careful. They're going to bring all 5. Niles needs to back away now as Kaido decides to go all the way in. Oh, Tub kind of missed the combo there. Tub going down. Niles still kicking. Niles still healing. Captain America stands tall in Contingent.
Oh my God.
Contingent's ranks. He makes it out alive, but I don't think we can say the same for his teammates. Captain goes out, and so does the rest of the team. Kaido now looking to finish the job here. They're just going to use all that momentum to go straight back to the Dragon, and that'll be Hex Tech Soul.
I don't think they can do it.
Oh, no.
Ezreal, Rumble are back. And the fact that Niles lived was significant, because this means that there's going to be a rinse and repeat of this Dragon fight, and a lot of tools are missing. And by a lot, I mean pretty much every flash in the game is down. So I think that this could be good for Contingent. The Death Ball, really important that Maryville gets here first, and at least tries to have a better setup. Jerry was found in the last fight, and despite Eljun trying to use a 3-man shockwave to get Jerry out of what was a suppress from a Syla, Jerry still went down. That's been the big difference in these fights. As Kaido now on the flank, they do not have this spotted at all. Not until now.
Okay, they will know. Dragon, half health. Niles needs to get back in. He's going to use the Blast Cone. Scary Jerry's on 5 items. Is it going to be enough damage? Niles goes early. The Equalizer used. Niles needs to get onto the pit. Needs to get onto the Dragon. They take down 1. Niles going for it. He got the Dragon. He denied the soul. He's going to pay his life for it, though. And also, Crimson going to go down in the midst of everyone from Contingent. But they buy time, the most important resource that Maryville has right now.
It might be a Baron rip, though, for Contingent, given that Niles is in the gray screen. Kaido's up. And yeah, it's time bought for Maryville, but these fights makes me feel like I might have misread this game. Okay. Johnny Rockets gets picked off. That's a shutdown going down.
That's unfortunate.
But I almost feel like I've misread this game just because I feel like the Victor damage has been far more impactful. And Kaido being like this just absurdly big, it's made the fights that I really felt like would go Maryville's way later. Made him a lot closer than what I initially thought, because it feels like MU almost doesn't have enough in the tank to try and get through these big health bars. As we're going to see Kaido find Aljun.
He's hunting. He's got the Stand United at his side with the taunt coming through. Aljun just has nothing left. Both of his teammates had backed, and they knew that. They're going to move over to the Baron and try to force this 4v5. I guess 3v5 at this point. TP can come in, though.
They're going to pull it, and they're going to try and look for another fight again.
All right, to go for Scary Jerry. He's playing pretty safely now. Kaido finding another. You cannot just let him continue picking people off by himself. Solar Flare is going to be dodged out by the call of the pack. Here comes the Assault Impact. The Silent goes a little bit too far, but the Arcane Storm is starting to hit. The Arcane Storm is starting to grow. Adaption has fully scaled for this Victor. Niles trying to get away with his life. I think Maryville maybe have done enough damage. Oh, Scary Jerry getting caught. He got caught in the gravity field, so it means he can't move. And now Scary Jerry fighting back, though. He's got Mystic Shots to boot. He's finding two. He's going to try to find another one. Dodging out another Mystic Shot. A shutdown goes over. Niles will not die. And that's going to be Johnny Rockets getting CC down. Everyone bites the dust except for Scary Jerry and Niles, and they stand strong.
That's the fight that Jerry was able to make work. That's the fight where he balanced the aggression with what was needed, as Ezreal does get through everyone. And Aljun's going to not TP to the Baron. He's going to go top. They're at least going to get the inhibitor. They're going to have a giant wave. They could Baron and power. Could this be the end?
They could be looking for it. This is a massive wave, and the Baron buff is coming through now. They're going to back away. They know that the health bars are going to be full when they come back alive.
They're going to at least get it for
Crimson, but it's not going to be fast.
I think they
did he get it?
Crimson. Yeah,
maybe it's
scoreboard's a little delayed. I see the flashing purple box around Crimson.
There you go.
Sucks to be Obstinatus in this case, as obviously Niles cares more for his old role than support.
That's fine. He's allowed.
I mean, it was appropriate in the game.
We do have the redemption.
I just want to
now.
fire Stray at support.
He's on full build,
my role.
by the way. Down 3K and he's on full build.
Shout out Redemption.
So, we have about 2 minutes. The Dragon, the next ultimate fight here, it feels like, and it's Maryville University, who have regained about a 4,000 gold lead off the back of some of those plays. This gold graph is going to be one for the record books, but how does Maryville batten down the hatches and put the finishing touches into this game?
By Jerry continuing to have team fights like that one. It's just got to be a big game from Jerry. I think he played that last fight really well.
Void Flare, that's going to be used from Asila, so you won't have that one anymore. We're going to steal another here soon. Kaido always threatening, going to use the Call the Pack. Won't have that up for a couple more seconds. The Siege minions are starting to do work on the turret. Scary Jerry feeling himself on the side. Arcane shifting over the wall. The taunt play coming through from Tubby. Tried to go for the flash play. Crimson not going to go down just yet. Daption buying time. It's going to be Scary Jerry that goes on a killing spree. 5 members strong from Maryville University still up and available. Big Abscon abduct on a Scary Jerry though. Asila is going to go golden, but he gets slammed right into the wall. The Impale goes a little bit wide. Johnny Rockets was now looking for backline access. The Shockwave not going to be enough here just yet, but it's Maryville. Stick to it. Nice. That is going to be doing it. He's going to go in and pop the GA though, and he will come back aplenty. The siege is on. The Nexus is bare. Maryville University, I mean, Scary Jerry's just eating that gravity field constantly, and maybe they've overextended now. No mana, no tools. Scary Jerry thought about going for the end, but he can't do it. Almost killed Daption outright. True Shot Barrage comes through. Asylum connects to the Shockwave. Stole it away is what takes Scary Jerry down.
I was trying to play on the edge again there for Jerry. I think the dash in where he lost his GA, it was a flash and a dash, or a blink, I should say. And I think that's where he went a little bit too hard too soon, because Asilo was able to turn things on him, given that he put himself into range. So at least they deny the soul. They give themselves a soul point, at least, available. And the chaos continues here, Mizel.
Yeah, guess what? We're
64
in the longest
kills.
game of the split.
42 minutes.
Yeah, most kills and most time. Top that, the rest of the NACL.
Daption sitting at 10, 6, and 20, and then 11, 2, and 18 out of the jungle is pretty filthy. These are solo queue numbers. And I know that because if I was Ops Natus in this game and I was going to end 07-20 as a support with a dub, I'd be like, I'm happy about that. Yeah, you got to throw your life in the line as Leona a little bit. Yeah, you got to leave one of the wreckage, and that one left behind should always be Leona.
Yeah, this game is going to have the most kills by far. The last most kills was 51 kills in 31 minutes by Blue Otter and Contingent. Contingent back at it again. A lot of kills, a lot of blood.
So Contingent are the problem child, is what you're saying.
Not saying that, all right? Not saying.
You know what? It's a death ball from them. They got to play to fight. They got to play to win, and they have fought their way back into this game. But
they have.
I feel like it was off some mistakes from MU, some mistakes from Niles, Jerry, and the rest of the crew. Jerry's cleaned things up the last couple of fights. I think just one more good fight from the Ezreal, because again, it's so tough to deal with Ezreal in this comp.
It is, and Kaido no longer. I mean, I really feel like they've closed the ranks over Scary Jerry. Yes. Kaido cannot find the entrance anymore. They've adapted to the synergies here. They just take down the outer turret in mid lane, so the inhib is open. They're waiting for these calls here. They're waiting for the possible overextension from Contingent, but Contingent, they have to deal with the waves. They have to send people away to deal with the multi-super minions that are crashing into both sideways. No, they say it's time now. They have to go. They have to do something. They try to get Scary Jerry. They lock him down. They take him down. Reset free. And Kaido's going to town. Niles trying to run away, but gets taken out, and the defense stands.
Asila with the big play. He was behind this game, but that was a solar flare that connected onto the target that he needed to connect on the most. As Jerry, no GA, no flash goes down, this will be a lot of time for Contingent to farm up, because while they're pushing mid as far up as they can, their solo laners are still defending the base. As TP comes in, I don't think they have the time to end. They do have 3 grubs. But it's 25 seconds now on both carries. They killed a wave. They can't end.
Through too, yeah. Kaido just tries to go for the kills here on the Crimson. actually goes for it too, trying to find the finishing touches there. They get the inhib in mid. Do they feel like this is it? Do they
Get
feel
out.
like this is desperation?
No,
they're
they're
going
trying.
to TP.
They're desperate.
They're going to try for this, Cubby. This is terrifying.
They're desperate. I see Aljun can just delete the next wave. Like, this wave's already small. Yeah, I think they needed to check the waves before they committed in like that.
Ooh, kind of barely. Man, his Hextech gate timings have been insane.
Wait. Aljun's back in.
Oh.
Daption
TP back.
TP'd in the match.
Okay, this is getting a little wild.
And then Johnny Rockets.
Oh, Johnny Rockets. Okay, Flash.
Had the flash. He still might go down, though. This is Orianna as
Scary
real.
Jerry. Ooh.
Yeah, Johnny Rockets going down.
Slowly but surely, he will also fall. Probably give a kill over to Scary Jerry, who's already on full items, so it doesn't really matter that much anymore. And the big pick does mean Baron instantaneously started by Maryville.
Good shout. Should have went to Crimson. Will be the purple worm falling, and that's going to be a pretty good setup for the Hextech. So I think MU... I think they're going to have enough tools coming up in the next fight to be okay. Jerry having Flash is really significant for me, because it does feel like these later fights are just coming down to if Jerry is found or not. Do want to give kudos to Asila on the last find for Jerry. It was really well played by him and Johnny Rockets. I think it's on Jerry to make sure that he's not in that position again. As MU going to skip over the Drake. They've got the Baron-empowered waves. Still have the double super waves coming up.
Instant
Niles.
plan adaption. Daption does end up flashing out. He's live now. Equalizer from Asila is massive. Again, we've seen this work for Contingent before, but I don't know if it's enough this time. It's going to be Maryville looking for the final Nexus turret. They're going to open it up here. They could try to finish the job. The GA just came up for Scary Jerry, so he instant popped it. The taunt comes through from Tub, but it's going to be Contingent losing members, losing bodies, and through 46 minutes and over 70 kills. Maryville University comes out 1-0.
What's the Captain Flowers copy pasta of NA/LCS League of Legends, you know? I like the laughs from Maryville after that one. I know that's a game that Niall is going to be happy that he played in. As disgusted as he would be at that game as a coach, as a player, he's like, that's my style of game. I can tell you that for sure. As they gave us some action. I feel like that game should have been cleaner from Maryville. I think that the carries in particular overstepped and stepped out of line a couple of different times there, Mazel, which they can kind of take inventory of and go back on. But at least they were able to pull together at the end, share some laughs, and be like, all right, you know what? We might have thrown that game a couple times, but at least we got the win and can go into game 2 up 1-0.
I'm glad we saw the evolution of the strategy from Maryville there, because there was like 2-3 fights in a row. Scary Jerry just completely caught out in the middle of his team. Nobody was able to save him. They finally turned that around, and that became a big difference maker. And I think Scary Jerry really pulled it out at the end in some of those fights in the positioning he had. Sometimes still a little bit too forward with the arcane shifts, but I love the willingness to play on that edge. I
hope we're a little bit closer to the edge rather than past it, you know, or else it's a point break scenario. But
true.
Yeah, while we're doing movie references today. Kudos to Contingent, fighting their way back in there. I think we saw some nice team moments from them, as this is a team that we're 2-0 heading into the week for the reason, or for a reason, still one of the more positive surprises that we have in the NACL so far. See if they can band together for game 2 and push us to game 3.
Still a lot on the line in this series in terms of movement in the standings. We'll see you for game 2 of our final series of the day.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL. I'm Mazel. I am joined by Cubby, and thank you so much to our sponsor, Philips Norelco, for their One Blade. But thank you also to Maryville University and Contingent for giving us a bangarino game number 1. Over 70 kills. Insane. Longest game, most kills of the entire split so far. And I hope we get a little bit more of that for game number 2.
Was a proper cultured game of League of Legends that we just witnessed.
Cultured,
tied in
yes.
the kill count for a longest game of the split. Yep, that's a graph.
God. That's the peaks of Mount Everest.
And
No,
you
it's just
able to overcome the Himalayans to take down
True.
Contingent in game 1.
That was, by the way, special shout out to Maryville for that one. Their first blue side win. Congratulations.
I'm sure that's exactly what they talked about after the game. As, oh my, that's Kaido. That is a number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels bad for Kaido. Feel like once
does in a
Maryville
way.
University realized that they needed to just play around that engage, then things got a little bit worse.
You know what? Like, I think Kaido got really big pretty early. Like, he was 18 to 15. And catch-up XP is a mechanic that exists in League of Legends. But I do think that Niles had to drop camps and group up with the team. We were talking a lot about how good he was at dealing with the death ball. I enjoyed watching his Skarner that game. I do think that he had some nice mechanical moments that I would like to see some of our other junglers maybe pick up when it comes to Skarner, because you know what? Playing tanks, they are mechanically demanding champions because you have to get the interactions right more than most. It's just not the flashy ones. Good tank players, they consistently get their interactions right because you got to do it more because you got more HP. And I did see that a little bit from Niles. You know, that was fun.
Yeah. I'll just say, and again, be mad at me all you want for this bias, but I really hope before this series ends, I get to see Niles Pantheon. Even though it's not top lane.
Oh, I'm not mad about
he's
that.
He's played it a bunch. He's played it
a
ton. Yeah, but I'm just biased because I want to see him play the champion. So that makes me a bad caster. No, but I hope we get that style from Niles. We'll see if we end up doing it. But Contingent first need to put together a plan, because they've got to come back, punch back into Maryville University to keep this series alive for them. They will be on the blue side this time around, and they will have first pick.
Not much to postmort there, honestly, if you're a Contingent or MU. I don't really know how I'd talk about a 45-minute game with 36 kills. Usually you try and do like 1 or 2 big takeaways from the postmort. I'm sure that, you know, one of those was probably like, we need to control this better. And probably didn't talk about many of the fights, which were bangers. But Contingent, we have seen them really play around with drafts. I think more so than any other team we've seen in the NACL. Just with the flexibility that we've seen on Adaption and the unique pool that we've seen out of Kaido. Because this Jace picked up, this could very easily be a Kaido Jace. I think that this is something that is for sure flexible on the side of Contingent. And even though one Jace we've seen so far this split was in the hands of Johnny Rockets.
Love that they're kind of putting their best foot forward here, try to play around a little bit with what can be possible in the meta now. And there's one of your favorites I know, is Camille coming in.
You mean the Poppy that Contingent's going to respond with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the Poppy that's about to come in.
Bard is there. Bard also an answer.
That it could be. Looks like it might be an Aojun special in the mid lane. As was an early adopter of the Anivia in split 1. Definitely comfort for him. And sadly, no Niles Pantheon for us. But a lot of guaranteed engage.
That's why there's a game 3.
Yeah, we got some Hex Tech rocking over there on the MU side between Camille and Vi. And a lot of lockdown going in the Contingent as Hello Poppy.
Great pick. Great pick right now for Contingent.
It just
does
is
so much into the couple pieces that are already there for Maryville. And you can really build the rest of the combo around. He can be a little bit flexible with his positioning, but would love to see Tub rock that one here today.
I'm all about
we'll
it.
Be locked in. Not a great
win
win
rate.
rate.
Pick too. Not a great win rate, but high impact, and did win earlier today. So
true.
Now I'm curious. I think they've got some options. Could just grab something for Daption, which, given that that's the way, I expect this to be in the hands of Daption.
Okay, I like it.
A lot of mages taken away.
Haven't seen it.
It's a new one.
Where's the Zareth, man? Bring this. Zareth is so good.
I don't want to put Zareth in the Camille Vi. I would rather.
Yeah, probably.
I'd rather.
Oh, not fun.
You know how dodges.
I'm just saying in general. I'm saying in general.
Oh.
You could play it with the Camille and the Vi, and bada bing, bada boom. The second Zareth in an ACL split 2, and it's going to come through for Maryville. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, damn it, Mazel. I pride myself in my draft predictions, and you just had the best one of the week.
Let's go.
I did not see that coming from MU, but
Dude,
MU...
It's such an efficient champion. It's insane. You literally never run out of mana, and you can poke from a mile away. You can outpoke Ezreal. It's incredible.
Yeah, we've seen Xerath in the LPL, I think, the most, Mazel, where it has been really high impact from multiple players. And I think top esports using it. I mean, you have Jackie-Love playing Xerath, you know the champion's strong. Because if I had Jackie-Love on my team and he said pick a mage, I'd be like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Which, actually, fun fact, probably makes me a better coach than half the coaches in the league for LPL alone off that statement. But, you know, that's a different story for a different day. Looks like MU still thinking that Kaido might have something fancy up his sleeve. And Contingent feeling rather assured that this is indeed a Xerath bot as they're taking away two of the better champions for Aojun, who definitely specializes in the movers. And see what he wants to pick up here. He's got to assume that Crimson is going to be left to his own devices to respond with whatever he wants in the top lane.
Oh, interesting. I was actually going to lean towards the TF. I actually think TF was a pretty strong pick here. But the Talia providing that mobility out of mid lane and the kind of direction set up with the Weaver's Wall feels pretty good for Maryville's comp.
Combos really well with Camille and Vi too, so that's going to feel good for Aojun, because I think a lot of the times Camille or Talia all about what you can combo with as Syla.
And also, just really quick, kind of denies Kaido a lot, because I mean that worked ground.
Okay,
like, that's going to feel really bad into any like mobility carry junglers.
Agree. Hold up here, Mazel.
Okay.
Just want to throw this out here for a draft prediction to try and match yours. Potential for Xerath mid, Talia, Camille bot.
Could see it.
Xerath into Azir is like an old school traditional counter. You have the synergy with Talia in the bot lane here for Jerry. We'll see how much Jerry's been cooking behind the scenes.
And they're both ascended Sharimans.
That's it. I like that. All three, in fact.
We do end up having the J4, which obviously I think good props to Maryville as they were moving things around there and trying to figure out what they wanted to ban. The J4 is really strong for Contingent right now. It feels like the Yorick was the final pick, so it does look like side lane could be a very important part to Maryville's gameplay.
An ability to impact that side lane with Vitalia very high. A lot of reach with the Camille as well. So definitely a game
and
where
the Xerath.
Crimson, I think a lot of elements that are set up to help Crimson. He's got the counter pick as the Jace did end up slotting into that top lane. And Kaido going to try and bring the Thunder down as Contingent. Onus will be on them to close the gap against Maryville. I think Talia's ability to hold the line with the walls and the rocks, something that Contingent's going to have to fight through. Jarvan has okay interactions with that because it's pretty much you get the stun on the back half of the EQ. You can kind of eat your way through it. But see if he's able to reach Scary Jerry on this Xerath. Is I believe it's the first appearance we've seen Xerath in NACL, Mazel.
It said 0-1 in the thing that popped up. I don't know.
Was there one I missed?
But, that fact being said, I do not condone this bot lane. I am appalled that it is mage versus mage, but that is my bias and that is my problem at this point, because I do really feel like both these lanes both these bot laners are going to be playing pretty safe. And I think a lot of this game is going to be dictated off the tempo gained by Kaido and Niles, much like last game.
Saw the War of the Jungle in the last time. Niles, of course, a little bit more of a role player versus Kaido with the carry. Kaido did get ahead, but wasn't enough to push Contingent over the edge, as we'll see if our two teams can match our 45 plus, 72 kill plus banger we had in game 1.
Remember, both these teams, first of all, Maryville University coming off their first series win in this split, looking to make it 2 in a row. Contingent finally falling for the first time, looking to get that bounce back. Important to highlight that this is the technically last series of both of these teams in the regular season, and there's still so much to be decided in the standings. We get the level 1 flash from Asyla out from the gank of Obstinatus.
Love to see both of our supports just trying to have impacts early. As, frankly, I was kind of expecting to see that top, but of course, Tub playing defense, and the defense will continue because Obstinatus is going to try.
Oh my gosh, he was so close to getting that one away.
He gets the smite out. It's good scouting. It delays Kaido, and it gives Niles a better chance at securing that priority crab on the top side.
I love this move from Obstinatus already, just trying to be a menace on the map. And I think that's going to behoove them to continue to go down that avenue. We are getting to things here. Both junglers going to be pathing top. The first time we will see that one here today, at least in the same pathing of both junglers. And seems like they want to delve some resources to the solo lanes.
I think as this game continues, it's only in question again going to be that top lane. Just Yorick into the Jace. Really positive matchup for Yorick. The wall puts, or the terrain that Yorick can form can put a lot of pressure onto the Jace. You have some sustain to get through the poke with the shovels giving you health back. Gets buffed up if you hit the E. And yeah, I think with all the reach that MU has, I very much expect to see Obstinatus very active on that top side of the map.
I want to see how quickly and often we get that map movement coming through. They were just trying to put a little bit of pressure, gain some XP down here, hopefully get to that level 3 mark for Obstinatus. Doesn't look like he's going to hit it before he hits his back. He'll have to move back onto the map like he is just at that level 2 mark. Hopefully steal that one away from maybe Lane as Crimson finds a little bit of an angle there. Johnny Rockets does have good damage, though, back onto him as the 1v1 continues to get a little bit hot in this top lane. We are going to get movement from both teams up here.
It's Hub on the hover as they're trying to help Johnny Rockets get this wave in. Obstinatus is spotted. Kaido also rotating around, so if Obstinatus goes for a gank, would have been falling into the clutches of Contingent. Not going to do it, though, as the wave gets in. Johnny Rockets wants the reset. Think that's the right call. And Crimson going to be happy with where he's at in this early lane phase. The fact that he's not behind. Again, early defense will come in for the Yorick. And with combination of steel caps plus the sustain you get in his kit, it's very easy to start outpacing Jace after a couple bases. Actually going to go for the Phage first. So, no defense, but with the Ruby Crystal Longsword, will feel good for Crimson.
It will indeed. Obstinatus actually was able to shadow out his movement across that mid lane, so will not be spotted. Could go be a menace once again into the jungle of Kaido.
Raptor respawn might be fought over as they do fight Jarvan. Also want to say for the Yorick build for Crimson, seen some Yorick.
Oh,
hold on.
Flash play! Oh, the
Heal.
Ignite. I don't know if it's enough. It's just not enough. Daption barely surviving the play for Maryville is aggression forward.
Jerry might go for Q flash. Yep.
The shaka from Obstinatus too. As Scary Jerry finds the snipe. And what was I telling you, man? This champion is just so damn efficient.
I mean, you highlighted the mana. That auto attack against Poppy, because you get more mana against champions that you hit. That was pretty filthy what he was able to pick up his Tub.
And then the flash out of Tub, too.
Gonna lose his flash to stop a base. That's not exactly worth it. As I was going to talk about how the Phage first for Crimson, might be a hint they're going to play more towards the Yorick, which we expect in this draft with his comp. Boots, better if you're going to be left to your own devices in the top side. That said, all the action happens bot right away from Maryville. As Scary Jerry and Obstinatus, the strongest laning duo that we had from Split 1, syncing back up again for Split 2. Getting something fancy going. Finding the kill.
I love it. Just the flash play, really nicely used. And the distance is just so hard to deal with and to judge, honestly. Really, really good stuff from Scary Jerry, who's been having a bit of a pop-off series so far.
Vi Dragon engaged. As I think denting blows and the fact that MU's bot side's ahead and the fact that Tub's showing top will mean that that Dragon gets secured by Niles. Crimson doesn't lose a lot on that show from Tub. As the Maiden's still pretty healthy. Crimson's still able to get a CS.
Second ever Xerath ADC, though, for, I guess, APC for Scary Jerry. I believe he played, in CLOL like a long time ago or something along the... Oh!
Flash.
Aljun able to flash away as Silo was trying to hand deliver him over to Kaido. Oh, Aljun taking a little bit more of a fight here. Seismic Shove not going to hit there, so they will be fine for now. And I got to say, if Contingent can't find some steady ground to stand on, this bot lane matchup is just going to continue getting worse, as Scary Jerry already finding himself very far ahead in terms of CS and the pressure and prio that it brings.
As much as I do love the Poppy pick and the Camille Vi, it just cannot lane into Xerath at all. And we have seen Tub just try and get out of lane, because I just think that you kind of sit there, take pot shots, and don't really do anything. Xerath plays outside the range that you can really interact with, and Tub trying to get out on the side of the map that he wants to interact with, which is finding Vi, finding Camille, and stopping those two champions from going forward. So I think until then, I'm with you, Mazel. Probably just going to continue to see Scary Jerry get a lead. The difficulty with Xerath is just making sure that you don't give that lead away, because as much strength as you have from range, as much strength as you have in lane with the mana, you are a pretty one-track champion.
Obstinatus just gets CC'd 100-0. The tip of the cap from the Pengu. Dabshin getting artillery barrage. Oh, wasn't able to land the combo there. Nice jukes from Dabshin. Kaido actually sticking around just in case Scary Jerry goes a little bit too far, and he did. That's going to be the dunk central coming through, and Scary Jerry gets wall banged into the wall. The turret's fired up, but it doesn't matter. They barely scrape out by the skin of their teeth, but they get the pick on a Scary Jerry.
He had the Q going. I don't think the Q went off as he went down just a hair too soon. And Scary Jerry falls victim to the Cataclysm, which created the wallbang for Tub. Well played, as he was flashless. And that is good 2 kills for Contingent being picked up. They punished that Xerath, who is immobile. It's only Flash that can help him out there, while that Flash was down. So, I think well played. That said, Grub Prio, just given the play that ended in bot side for Contingent. Likely in the hands of Maryville here. Is Crimson going to walk down to help Niles try and hit this one? Contingent is in the area, though.
See if Maryville University can keep their 100% neutral objective focus in this game, as that first Dragon did go over to them. We got to look now at some of the early damage that Johnny Rockets can put down. Remember, he is all about the poke for now. Grubs get started up by Niles, and they're going to go ahead and take this one down. They could look for the counter engage here. They're going to move straight onto Johnny Rockets. They realize the team isn't with him, and they take him down. Meanwhile, it's the return gank on the other side. Outjude is the focus, but he Weaver's walls out. My God, is that Avatar? Or, I don't know, League of Legends, maybe. It's Obstinatus that defends the rest of the team, and now as Silo finds himself on the wrong side of town, and there's a couple of goons that are looking to take him out. He's going to get flashed off by Crimson as Silo gets taken down by the big fist of Captain Niles.
Coach Niles there. Good turn on the Johnny Rockets off the Grubs, which they would have had priority on. Only takes the one because the fight was there in bot lane. Scary Jerry from above.
Little solo bolo action for the scariest of Jerrys. That's my goat.
From the skies there, as Scary Jerry able to find the ults that connected. Man, the fact that Aljun got out of that, kind of crazy, and definitely what turned the play around. Just because that split fight, everyone was on top of Aljun. And the fact that he got out without even burning Flash, I mean, I know the rocks are efficient, but I kind of want to see how he was able to get out of that one. I was paying attention to the Jace that was getting full comboed and going down. Aljun on the other side of the fight, that escape was critical, and making sure that Maryville was able to come out on top of these plays.
I cannot believe he survived there. That's just insane. Not a single auto was coming through for him. We'll see if we can take a look back at that one in just a bit. Funnily enough, the Grubs didn't get finished, so that's still a possibility.
Only one taken. Captain, I guess Coach Niles. Captain's an old habit, Mazel. You know, you helped start that one.
Bro, he's Captain America. Come on.
Yeah, that is true.
He has to be.
You mean Nomad, right?
True.
I feel like he's like, if he's Captain America, then this is the timeline where Captain America went corporate.
He is wearing a button-up shirt and a tie, so that you might be facts there. True.
I mean, that's why it was such a cultured game last game. That 72 kills.
Is that what it was?
Even par.
As we see Kaido try to move back onto the map again. Contingent just trying to get something here. He will be on vision though. So they know that this play is preempted. Contingent don't have an idea, or maybe they realize it now. Dragon still up and available in Maryville University, kind of moving away from this side of the map. Scary Jerry. That's a lot of damage down, a lot of hits from the Spiraling Despair and the Severing Bolt, but the Dragon started up nonetheless. We do end up getting Kaido trying to take Contingent's first neutral objective of the game.
And meanwhile, on the top side, Niles pulled off the dive against Johnny Rockets, who did not flash. He was going down, so. And solo kill mid!
It was a replay. Oh my god, we just got 2 solo lanes, solo bolos. Well, I guess top lane was not a solo bolo.
Wow. I mean, this is how Jerry was able to set this one up. So we missed this one initially because there was action everywhere. But yeah, Aojun, solo bolo, Crimson and Niles syncing up for another kill on the top side. And MU off to the races again. And frankly, this is the strategy that I feel like MU wants to employ this game. If Yorick is big, Yorick cannot be dealt with. The fact that he's going into these
100%.
double mages, I mean, Azir kind of makes up for the DPS, but I think Azir is going to have other issues interacting with this game, just given everything that's around him. As Asila using some of that new PTA tech that was enabled from the last patch, as Azir a little bit more influence
wants
to take
it. Oh, got the maw there. They might have the damage. Daption gets him down. Not enough from Scary Jerry. And there you go, Daption. There's one back.
Little bit too deep in terms of fishing there. See if Aojin can turn it around. But yeah, last patch on Azir. Influence. Okay, not able to take the wall. Nice QE there from Daption. I think that helped enable Aojin to not take the wall. You know what? I kind of knew what happened in this replay. As Crimson, I think smart to take aggro in this scenario. Was able to not have to flash too. And then Aojun. Yep, that's enough.
Oh, man.
I wonder what the PTA scenario was there. Because, of course, Scary Jerry was reaching for Tub. Gets found, and we return to action. Goodbye, Sila.
Ooh, little CC setup there, and that's why back in the day it felt like this combo was also something that was rearing its ugly head. Is just so much lockdown between the Vi and the Talia. Right of the Arcane.
From the skies.
Oh! Right of the Arcade, not going to hit with the last shot, but goes for the flash play. We've seen that one. It's looking like deja vu for Scary Jerry.
See if Niles hovers him here on mid, because Kaido's going to go get the kill.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Oh, we get the double replay. Meanwhile, Scary Jerry is dying in mid lane. Oh, there was a triple replay. Just not able to time the Emperor's Divide. Niles. Okay. Maryville caught. They're a little dizzy. He's trying to. Oh, does he have the angle? Okay, he goes for the flash. Oh, but now Obstinatus. Okay, it's like dominoes falling. And now Niles is back in the pit. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Vault Breaker out, but Johnny Rockets flashes. Now Niles trying to heal up with the Sundered Sky, but he will just be taken down. Shut down to Johnny Rockets.
A lot of flashes used there as Niles blast cone back over the wall. Good response from Tub with that flash wallbang immediately. Opened up Johnny Rockets to flash over the wall and get the kill for himself as Contingent get a couple back. But it's still a 3k gold lead for Maryville, and it is still chaos everywhere on the Rift itself.
This is, yeah, a little bit of a toughie. got a 3,000 gold lead for Maryville University, but that's what I want to talk about for them. Is this week has felt like such a massive turnaround. They don't even have the main piece back yet, right? And it's cool to see that this team has been learning through these moments and trying to bring something out the other end of it, and especially make this late season push because they were down 0-2.
They need the wins. They do need the wins. As good W from Tub.
Oh, TP coming in, wallbang as well. Lockdown with the Maw. Sonatas just can't really do anything. Tub not going to go down either just yet. Aljun looking for Daption. Doesn't hit the seismic shove, and now he's got the focus of Kaido. Meanwhile, the Emperor's Divide from Asylum, but he's on the wrong side of the fight here. He's going to go down too. Right in the arcane, just not enough to take down Daption. I feel like I need to have some chameleon eyes to watch this fight as Maryville still walk out with more bodies alive. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of them.
Do want to credit how Aljun played out that fight again in the back half, just dodging out from Kaido. I think that's what enabled Maryville to win out on the fight in the long haul, as Aljun has been the focus of Contingent in these fights and has been able to escape and get out, dealing a lot of damage as well. So I think this Talia, again, I know Aljun for the movers. We just kind of say he's good on the movers, likes the Rise, likes the Talia. The Anivia is the one mover that, probably not a part of the rest of the proficient batch, but he's got a, what's the word? Diversify the portfolio a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, we're looking for the long-term growth efforts.
Yeah, and Aljun coming in, I feel like some people were surprised that this was the mid laner that Maryville picked up, as of course Spyrax graduated. But talking with Coach Niall, he was excited. He's like, man, this kid's so motivated. Was playing at a school that had some support in Purdue Northwest. Actually, shout out to Prank Kuru over there on that roster. It's a player I was lucky enough to work with at Supernova. They had a decent collegiate run with Rend as well. But Niles really felt like he was a player that was going to cash in the hardest on the opportunity for Maryville. And you can feel the energy from Aljun, which I really like. It is infectious, and I think that goes a long way in the long process to try and win CLOL championships for Maryville.
Yeah, and it's all about like I feel like a lot of times, especially at this level, it's not just about, and I think we've beat this down to everybody, but it's not just about your gameplay. It's not just about what you do on the Rift. It's what you do outside of the Rift. And I think that's what's made a lot of our successful teams in the NACL and teams that can run for that championship. Teams that can now run for that potential promotion into LCS. You got to remember, this is the most important split of the year in NACL. And you know what the sights set from all these teams are. Speaking of, Jerry caught out in mid lane, saved by Aljun, but just gets taken down by Daption anyways. Was very close to being able to save his life. He does not find the angle. Still massive lead for Maryville. It's okay, Niles says it's time to go in, and it might be time to jam as Daption able to survive for a moment, but a nice flash from Obstinatus gets him back. It is just a 1 for 2, though, in favor of Contingent, and that's going to feel pretty good as they're starting to hit some spikes. Daption has hit 2 items now as well.
I think we've seen some good clicks from Daption throughout this game. As, again, our player that's been the most biased towards the mages. Rocks actually don't find the combo there. Aljun. And Retail being dropped. See if they can play enough defense. Aljun does not have access to the Weaver's Wall to stop this one. So will be the crash. And a little bit more power going over to Contingent as they try and knock down the mid turret soon. But kind of hard to against a team with the wave clear of Xerath and Talia.
I feel like we're going to be in for another high kill game, Cubby. I just have a feeling.
Contingent
it might
is the problem
not
child.
be because it's been a kill a minute. That might be teeing me off, but I don't think so. I think I just have the feeling in my heart.
If I had both teams in the principal office and I was told that there was a fight between the two, I'm gonna assume that Contingent's the problem. You know, I feel like they've earned that right so far.
You know what they say about assuming, Cubby? I'm not gonna do the actual line because this is a broadcast. So,
oh, okay.
If you know, you know.
I do like to make an ass out of myself sometimes. So,
Okay. Well, Weaver's Wall in top lane. This is what we were talking about from draft that can be so powerful
TP.
for Maryville, though. The TP coming in. That's going to be a Silo joining, but he's in the midst of 3. He's going to come into the ground as well, and he's going to be absolutely taken down. Does get the Inverse Divide off, so Obstinatus gets Cataclysm by Kaido and goes down right of the Arcane. Hitting from the skies, though, as Niles gets the flash out of Johnny Rockets. Tub trying to escape now, too. Kaido a little bit behind the rest of his team and will be the one that becomes the bait. Pings on Baron. They might just burn this.
They got denting blows. Talia damage is decent too, as they're gonna go for it. And yeah, right of the Arcane in the cease and assist.
It's disgusting.
That is a lot of damage that could come down on a single target that Daption was not able to click out of this time around. So
we
Aaron
saw it from the draft. Like, it's so plain and simple. They have so many side lane tools, and it's so easy for them to make plays because of the reach of Rite of the Arcane. Xerath doesn't have to be there to lay down tons of damage, and you already have all that CC chaining that's possible with the Talia too.
Norelco, one blade precision play, as it's gonna be the combination coming in. Oh, really? That we gave the Gremlins the feed. I do actually really like that. I appreciate that one, guys, behind the scenes. Nice way to wrap up my full week here.
True.
We're highlighting the Gremlins. Everyone gets featured here on the NACL broadcast.
It's the beauty of it.
Now it's not even the maiden. It's the kiddos. Which I guess it is all about the kiddos. So,
but then
broadcast
you get
has
to
that
see
right.
moments like this where they are just flexing their muscles. Johnny Rockets uses to the skies to get away for now, at least. But it's gonna be Aljun coming in. Hub getting low. Daption can't really get in because of the Weaver's Wall there, and they're in between turrets now for Maryville University. They're gonna get the back out of Crimson, who has to go deal with this top lane push.
A little bit of a misexecute there from MU. Nothing that's gonna hurt him too bad, but. Yeah, it's I really like, I think, coming away from this week for Maryville. I know that we're not going to have Niles in next week, hopefully. No offense to him. But I'd like to have UG back, and I think Niles would like to be behind the computer that's not inputting stuff during these games. But I appreciate the change of direction that we've seen from MU. Like the fact that we know that Obstinatus and Jerry are a really good laning duo, but even just incorporating the Xerath, which is one of the most lane-dominant picks we have in the meta right now, really fits the profile that we are familiar with from MU. And then it's Yorick, just how empowered he is in this draft with Camille, Talia, Vi on the team, and the direction they had in this game to make sure that Crimson was set up for success. Really feel like Crimson remains the most consistent performer for MU throughout this year so far, and deserves kudos for that. As Rite of the Arcane and Cease and Assists was dropped on Daption.
Scary Jerry just way overextended into that play. Was in that weird middle room next to his team, and punching his wallbang there by Tub. That's always going to be a potential, as Alju now just gets jumped on, though they don't have the damage to really stick it on him. Johnny Rocket's trying to make it work, but the stones, they just keep flying and hitting him in the face. Kind of goes down to Niles. Now Niles just going to chase down Johnny Rockets, and we might just be getting a carry Captain America performance here in his final game, if it will be so. And Obstinatus finally takes the kill. Meanwhile, Crimson finished the job in mid lane and is taking more turrets to boot.
Yeah, I know Jerry got pinched against the wall, but it was a cease and assist and Rite of the Arcane that did take Daption away before that play started. And MU, they have the lead. It just feels like they're playing and fighting from ahead as contingent. They were able to throw enough battles at MU in the last game where things got close / got good for contingent, but just doesn't feel that way this game. With the guaranteed plays that we've seen from MU between Niles and Jerry. And then also just the ability for them to reach all these fights. As, yeah, we're gonna, we didn't see this live, which I almost kind of appreciate, because there really isn't much of a way to play out of this one. And back after the fight again, Aljun, really good use of, I think the rocks found the flick back on Kaido, who tried to reach to find him, and then Niles gets the chase on Johnny Rockets in the end with Obstinatus, and MU continues to fight from ahead and remain ahead this time around.
Right, the Arcane.
All right.
Daption barely survives. It's a breath of fresh air for contingent, at least for now. But I gotta ask, it was a very interesting proposition going up against the two twin brothers back-to-back for Johnny Rockets, he might be seeing them in his nightmares.
I think this game was a tough setup for him to play out of. You're playing Jace first pick into what ends up being really easy comp to overload in the Jace with, which said I prefer when we saw our Jace from Philip in the last series. It's nice when you get to play hard in the Jace. Hard for him to respond to that as a champion. And, you know, I appreciate that we do have a young player coming into NACL who is willing to play the carries. And I think that I've seen enough from Johnny Rockets where I understand why. I think that some of the moments that he's had mechanically have been good. I just think that this was a game that it's really hard for him to play out of, just given what was thrown at him. But still a player that, I mean, getting beat up by two top laners that we think highly of in NACL, no shame in that. I want to continue to see more out of Johnny Rockets as he's had an okay rookie debut. And again, was a big part of contingent being 2-0 coming into the week, which was the biggest pleasant surprise we've had in this split, but feels like this week went up against two teams in better form in MU and Conviction, who came into this week with 0 wins each. Big surprise. And they look much better.
They do. Turn it on when it matters most. Oh, Kaido was thinking about it. Now he's just overextended himself. As you extend into a Talia, you're going to pay the price for it. Aljun goes on a killing spree. Now the Ride of the Arcane is hitting. It was a trade, though, we'll say. Obstinatus going down on Camille takes away some of the engaged potential. There is some pings onto the Baron pit. Scary Jerry was thinking about it, but it's not spawning for another 15 seconds. And there's about a minute for the soul as Maryville University one dragon away from an infernal soul. And I don't think anybody wants to see Xerath with an infernal soul.
I know at least one person that wants to see it, so.
That was 1 Q, Cubby.
Yeah, I'd like to see the infernal soul. That 1 Q might be enough to
I
actually start the Baron. Everyone loves seeing fireworks.
It's over 10,000 gold, man. This is going from last game where it was like so dead even and back and forth for majority of it. Now, obviously, Maryville had a big lead during that game too, but they also lost that lead and then regained it. This game has just been all Maryville.
The way that Maryville likes to play the game too. All Maryville from start to finish. Draft an early game and playing for it. As they have not
the
spotted
support
Tub,
standoff.
but they are going to have Crimson. That's going to fix that wave bot. We'll be able to wrap around, and we'll see what Tub can find or if he's flushed out here.
Obstinatus just standing.
Crimson
having a good
not
time,
wrapping around yet.
go.
They haven't showed yet. Here we go.
They do see him now. The wallbang doesn't hit. He doesn't get the distance on it. And so Obstinatus gets out. He did have to burn the flash. The Keeper's Verdict is used already, though. They need to make something happen now, or they're just going to have an unmanned fight. Engage goes through with the seismic shove, and that's why this combo is so lethal. Crimson gets hit back, but now Asila is left in the ring with both Aljun and Obstinatus, and that's not a fight he can win. The Ride of the Arcane's getting engaged on with the Cataclysm, but Scary Jerry stands tall in the face of defeat, and he stands tall in the face of contention, as that's a full and total clean ace for Maryville University in what could be Niles' last series. They're looking for the end.
You know what? It was a decent idea from Tub. You got to try and find something off tempo when you're this far behind, and you're not winning the game without trying to fight for that dragon. But Contingent didn't. I think MU had answers that were surprising to Contingent in this game, as I wasn't expecting to see a Jerry Xerath. And I think that what they threw at the Jace top that showed early made for a very difficult Jace game, and one that MU punished really heavily.
And they don't get the end. The Baron buff was not enough. The timers were short enough for Contingent, and they will live for another fight here. 16,000 gold down, but still kicking.
I don't know how much longer they're going to kick, though, for Mazel. That's
But they're
that's
kicking
the
right now.
Yeah.
Results-based analysis, dude.
Is being down 16k gold to 29 minutes actually kicking?
Oh, my God. Oh, and he gets to go get another one, potentially. Okay, he's like, oh, he saved it. Oh, one Ride of the Arcane and a triple kill for Scary Jerry. You'll love to see it as Maryville's ADC APC has truly stepped up this series. I know there's a lot of doubters from Scary Jerry at his time in LCS, but this guy has that competitor's mentality, and he just found himself a quadra kill.
Unofficial quad for Scary Jerry, as the Xerath pick was damn good. Tubbs doing his damnedest to try and pull the wave, but I think there are enough minions through the top lane that this will be the end of the series. Maryville, 2 wins on the week.
Pretty impressive for them, going from 0 wins to 2, and Niles very happy with the positioning that they've put themselves in. Smiles aplenty for Maryville University in a 2-0 over Contingent, who now falls 2 times in a row. And that is a tough place to be in going into the last week with 1 match left for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, big day for Group V, as that win from Dorado, getting them to the 3-1, and then Contingent now being 2-2. Winthrop has more games won. So going into the day, Contingent, Dorado were both slotted to be in the playoffs. Right now, Dorado now fall to that 4th seed, and will be battling the last week where they face NRG. So this was a really important series for Contingent to try and find a win, because NRG are the top dogs we have in the league right now after their victory over Cupid. So that will wrap things up on Thursday, and may very well determine whether we see Contingent on Friday or not, as Winthrop, Dorado, and Contingent all play on Thursday. So that'll be the day that pretty much decides Group B for sure.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I always love it that it's coming down to the wire and it's the end of the split and we're still trying to decide who goes where, because this split really matters. I mean, yes, getting to play offs immediately is the big ticket item, obviously, but the fact that we do have the play-ins, right, the last chance qualifier, I think that's so cool for the way that our format has worked out this split.
It has. I've got mixed feelings on the format. So I think that I would like to see teams play every team. Yeah, that's fun, but
absolutely,
given the groups and the fact that you play the last chance qualifier against the team in your group has grown on me. That's been, I think, having the other unique team to play is, I actually prefer that to the rematch. And I'm looking forward to that on Friday, because next Friday will be a really exciting day of NACL.
It will.
I mean, the purpose of this split is to see which 2 teams will be going up against Disguised in that LCS promotion relegation tournament. And Friday, we get to see the 2 teams that get to continue on that mission, and then the 2 teams that we're going to see in the NACL promotion relegation tournament decided. So definitely mark that on your calendars, as we will have another full week of NACL Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday next week. It will be a fun one, because Friday stakes are high, and Thursday we have a bonus match for you guys. It will be 3 best ofs for Thursday.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun, as I do believe we have our MVP ready to go, and I do believe we have chosen Aljun.
Yeah, we were a bit split.
I put quotes around we.
Yes. We discussed Jerry. I felt like Jerry made a few too many mistakes in game 1. But Aljun, I felt like game 2 was kind of the quiet hero. There were 2 fights early on where he drew 3-4 people to him, got out of both those scenarios where we were quite surprised, and really helped MU accelerate this game. Also do want to give an honorable shout out to Niles, who, kind of fun as a coach to prove that you can play the role of jungle. And I know his interview on the other day, he was calling junglers delusional. So you kind of get the power to do that as a coach when you can actually go in and play the game and win, which is quite fun. Speaks to the person behind Maryville that they have. And I know Niles will be excited to hopefully be looking down upon Aljun behind him instead of being next to him in the chair moving forward, as Aljun did play very well in his first week at MU today.
Yeah, exactly. Being there in person, I'm sure, changes things. Being able to play alongside your coach and have wins, I think, just builds that bond that we know is very strong over there in Maryville, and they love to build that up. So I've been really impressed with Niles. I know it didn't work out necessarily for him in all the series, but huge shout out to Captain America, and I know the GOATs still got it. But we are ready for our interview, and I do believe we have Obstinatus coming to join us. So I'm going to send you away, Cubby, and I'm going to be taking over for the interview here as Obstinatus, my man.
Hello.
No wins. coming into the week. You get 2 series dubs. Niles is having a great time on Vi and Skarner. What was it like this week preparing for this, and what does it mean now that you came out the other end with your first 2 series wins?
Well, Niles has for sure been putting the work, so a shout out to him. He has been spamming solo queue a shit ton. Well, oops, it's fine. Well, yeah, I mean, we're still waiting for Yuji, you know. So our peak as a team is still to come. It's obviously really good to have the win, so we can like secure playoffs, and yeah, just let's go.
I love it. I love to hear it, and especially like starting to move up in the competition here. I gotta ask though, from a player perspective, what is it like all in all playing with the coach? What is it? Does it build the bond? Does it make things more tough? Like, what has it been like? I'm sure it's been interesting.
Bro, it's terrible, bro. It's terrible. I miss Yuji, you know? What can I say? I want my coach to coach me, not to play with me. But, I mean, we're doing the most, and he's been putting, like, a lot of work. He's not bad, you know? I mean, he's winning against jungler mains. He has been playing the role for, like, I don't know, 1 month? I don't know.
Not too bad. Goat still got hands, I guess. Then I want to talk a little bit more about what you've been working on as a player specifically, because I feel like we've seen some of the intertwining with the team grow a little bit with your role, obviously finding a lot of engages now with the meta shifting and things along those lines. What do you feel like you've worked on the most as a player, and what do you feel proud about having made advances in so far this split?
I for sure do like this meta. I like to be creative and to look for plays around the map. I would say the past few weeks I've been working on my communication because things have changed without having like Yuji, and like the communication in general has changed a bit in our team because we also like lost Barracks and we made the change bringing Asian. He's been doing great. I'm very proud of him. But like our team has to scale a little bit, you know. We need some time. We're far from being good in my opinion. But I believe that in playoffs we're gonna like play like really well. I think the ceiling is pretty high in this team.
So tell me a little bit more about this bot lane combination here between you and Jerry, because we got his second Xerath of his career, at least on stage. We get you playing Camille and going ham, being the menace at level 1, absolutely burning the flash in mid lane, things along those lines. I know you say you love this meta. What about it specifically do you find yourself attached to, and do you find it easier to do that alongside Scary Jerry?
For sure. Jerry is a great player. He's a great laner. So laning with him makes it easy because I believe that I'm myself like a really good laner as well. So in my opinion, we're both like the best laners in the league, and the stats they kind of show it straight up from last split. The numbers kind of changed a little bit because you know I'm not really bot anymore. But yeah, I just forgot what you asked. To be fair.
Is he upset that you're not bot anymore? Does he
not really.
he
He loves to play Sherath and mages, you know? He loves to be alone as well. He's a lonely wolf.
It. Yeah, there you go. Well, I want to ask you one last little bit about yourself, Obstinatus. What are your goals? What are your expectations here for the playoffs? Are there things that you want to continue working on? Is it just that communication aspect that you were talking about, or are there other things?
I don't know, bro. I just want to be happy, you know? I just want to play some league and have fun.
Pretty good.
That's what matters. I want to win the split. I need the prize money, you know? That's what I'm aiming for.
I like to hear it, man. Got that drive, got the motivation there at least. All right, last thing, give any shout-outs, anybody you want to talk about before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to Johnny, Ayujun, and Niles. They had their birthday this week, so it's a good present for them, a good gift. Twins. Yeah, that's kind of it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah.
I'm kind of upset, you know. This is my first interview. We won like a good amount of games last split and 0 interviews for me. Just saying, okay? Just saying.
All right. I'm going to talk to Prod. We're going to get you on every interview. You're going to have to come in every single time you play a game. I'm excited to have gotten this interview with you. Thank you so much, Obstinatus. We'll see you soon. All right, I'm going to bring back Cubby and prize money and getting more interviews. That's what I took away from that one.
That's funny. He gave some really good quotes actually for CLaw finals and in that one. So I feel like continue to earn the right to be welcome back to broadcast Obstinatus. Just keep on winning games and keep on looking good. As was doing some math after that series, I know that in our standings, the Conviction versus Maryville race might be a little interesting, as currently The win-loss, I don't know exactly how it's going to work out. I think Conviction has one more series left, and Maryville are going to be even in their game score at 2-2. Conviction is currently 3-6, so the best they can do is 5-6. But also, Maryville, like I mean, it kind of depends on how their last series goes. Because if they get blanked, then they could have more losses. So I don't think they 100% secured playoffs with that, but still very likely. Yeah. Very likely that much more likely that we do see Maryville, who can secure playoffs guaranteed with a win against Winthrop next week, because that is their matchup.
Yeah, gonna be fun. We're gonna take a look back at the track record of today, as it was a quick day. We didn't have the 6-game day. We didn't have the 5-game day. We had the 4-game day. 2-2-0s, both from the left side of the graphic, at least. Dorado took a 2-0 over Blue Otter, ending Blue Otter's split and leaving them to the last chance qualifier there. And Maryville University taking their second win of the split.
Blue Otter is confirmed to be in the last chance qualifier after today. So we'll say nice of Dorado to try and even things out or keep things a little bit more even among the groups. As with that win from Maryville, it is actually a little bit closer in terms of how the groups have panned out as we have reached the end. Still, I do want to congratulate Dorado. Made it very, very likely that they end up in the playoffs and don't have to play that last chance qualifier. Really speaks to what we've seen from them throughout the year. Just a team that continues to impress, continues to grow, and continues to, as Coach Bobby said, challenge every team in the league. Opportunity to do that in playoffs, as the win very much likely confirmed that we will not see them in the last chance qualifier, as I think, Contingent are pretty much guaranteed to have more losses after that one. So we'll see if Dorado can clean things up in the last matchup. It does also help that, of course, games for next week. This is Wednesday's game, so Ole Miss, tough matchup against Cupid. Conviction against CCG. Matchup between our two finalists was, of course, Aeon being in instead of Dardock, who I am excited to watch this weekend for LCS. But the second day of games, we've got 3 games. Maryville, Winthrop, Ole Miss, Dorado, NRG, Contingent. Those 3 teams that we're still trying to see where they pan out in the Group B standings, all competing next Thursday. So likely to see Group B decided at the end of the split, as Friday will be our last chance qualifier games for next week's schedule.
Yeah, a lot of big games left and a lot of fun left in the regular season of NACL. Last thoughts here before we get going for the weekend here, Cubby.
Just lucky and privileged to be on NACL for all 3 days. It was not scheduled this way, but Beatdown and I had a swap. I hope he had a nice, terrific Lady Day yesterday with his partner, and was really fun to wake up this week and cover all 3 days of NACL Mazel. I still appreciate that our teams are putting their best foot forward. Good to see specifically Maryville and Conviction, I think, kind of return to form this week. And NRG Cupid feels like miles away on Wednesday, but it was fun to see our 2 top teams go up against each other. So thanks to everyone for supporting the league, supporting me, and supporting everyone that competes.
Yeah, we got to have a 70, my first day back at ACL for the second split. I got 70 kills and however many minutes, 46 whatever minutes. I am blessed. I think we lost Cubby. I think he said goodbye after he said thank you. But that's gonna be it from us here for NACL for week number 4. Shout out to Phillips Norelco One Blade for the sponsorship, and shout out to everyone else who supports this. Shout out to Liga Ace as well behind us putting on the show, and we will see you Wednesday for some more NACL action.
The NACL is presented by Phillips Norelco One Blade.